Chapter 113. Countless mortals in the Western Spectator stands were filled with anticipation. They were here to spectate the battle. What they were looking forward to the most was the battle between human transcendence and native transcendence. This Dongbua Shuiying spear arts are very proficient, and his profound mystery of the water of myriad creations is impenetrable. He should be able to win the third match. That's hard to say. Native transcendents have different innate talents. Who knows? He might meet someone who can counter Dongbua Shuiying. That's right. That depends on luck. The transcendents were also observing and discussing. Their eyes were very sharp, being stared at by hundreds of thousands of mortals and half of the human transcendents. Dongbua Shuiying stood on the peak of a small mountain and calmly sensed the movements around him. To him, there was no need to care about others. The transcendent battle of life and death was a rare opportunity for him to accumulate experience. Who? A human figure descended from the sky and landed on the battlefield. When he landed on the ground, a formless, baleful aura spread out. Amen? Dongbua Shuiying furrowed his brows as he stared at his opponent, who was 500 meters away. This native transcendent was in human form. He was about 3 meters tall and was rather skinny. He wore loose white clothes and carried 2 sabers on his back. However, his skin was green in color and his eyes were fiery red. Even his hair was red in color. Native transcendent, Dongbua Shuiying did not dare to be careless. What was a native transcendent? It was a life form that was naturally born in large and small transcendent worlds. Just like the primordial life forms that were born in the earliest period of the material world. Primordial life forms were born from the heavens and earth, and each of them had unimaginable strength and methods. The strongest among them had strength comparable to God's. The material world was too perfect, but the laws of transcendent worlds were even simpler. Thus, the life forms born from the heavens and earth were much weaker. The strongest native life form born from large transcendent worlds was only a demigod, and the strongest native life form born from small transcendent worlds was only a saint. In other words, native transcendents were equivalent to weakened primordial life forms. They had many innate talents and methods, so they must not be underestimated. Human. The green-skinned transcendent native stared at Dongbua Shuiying from afar. His fiery red eyes were flashing with lightning, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards in a mocking smile. Powerful existences among you have captured me, tortured me, and now you're even using me to train yourself. But sometimes the results are different from what you expect. You will die by my hands, and I will be free. But I think you'll die. I, Dongbua Shuiying, will be the first transcendent native to die in my hands. Standing on top of the mountain, Dongbua Shuiying held a spear in his hand and said calmly, "Is that so?" The green-skinned transcendent native let out a cold smile as he drew out 2 sabers from his back. He wore loose white clothes and held a saber with both hands. He was also barefoot. The only difference was that his feet were big and green. So, in an instant he moved. Lightning appeared around his body, and his entire body was like a bolt of lightning. He moved in a zigzag pattern and instantly closed in. Both of them were originally 500 meters apart, but in the blink of an eye he was already in front of Dongbua Shuiying. At the same time, his 2 sabers slashed towards Dongbua Shuiying. So fast, Dongbua Shuiying was shocked, and he immediately swung his spear in a circle, enveloping the area in front of him. Who? The green-skinned, transcendent native twisted his body, and in an instant he appeared beside Dongbua Shuiying. At the same time, he slashed his sabers towards Dongbua Shuiying again. Dongbua Shuiying turned his spear and turned to the side, enveloping a large area as well. Water swirled around the spear. It was able to defend against all attacks. Shwa, shwa, shwa. In the eyes of the mortals, The green-skinned, transcendent native, who was 3 meters tall, seemed to have transformed into tens of figures, surrounding Dongbua Shuai-ing and slashing at him madly. As for Dongbua Shuai-ing, he stood at his original position and only relied on his spear to defend. In just a breath's time, the transcendent native had retreated 200 meters away. Countless mortals held their breaths. It was too fast, and they could only see a few shadows flashing by. But these mortals didn't know that the transcendent native and Dongbua Shuai-ing's weapons had not even touched each other from the start to the end. So fast, Dongbua Shuai-ing heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was speechless. This transcendent native's cultivation realm is very ordinary, and his saber technique is also very rough. My spear technique is much more profound than his, but his speed is extremely fast. Looking at the lightning around his body when he moves, his innate talent should be lightning and his forte should be speed. With such speed, he has completely grasped the initiative, and I can't even touch him. In terms of instantaneous explosive speed and changing direction speed, his speed was 2 times that of Dongbua Shuai-ing, 2 times difference in speed. It was even more exaggerated than 2 times difference in strength. The other party would have absolute control over the situation. What did that mean? It meant that he was able to surround and attack Dongbua Shuai-ing single-handedly with a very rough saber technique. Your defense is pretty strong. The green-skinned, transcendent native laughed coldly. From the start to the end, my weapon did not even touch your weapon, and yet you are able to defend so perfectly. What if I touch it? Dongbua Shuai-ing's expression changed slightly. The moment they collided, his spear would definitely be affected. Despair. Die in despair. The green-skinned, transcendent native's body flickered with lightning. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and once again he appeared in front of Dongbua Shuai-ing. His 2 sabers slashed towards Dongbua Shuai-ing. Dang, their weapons clashed for the first time. Dongbua Shuai-ing tried his best to block with his spear, and a whirlpool of water appeared around him. But the snow-white saber slashed over again and again. It was too fast. It was obvious that Dongbua Shuai-ing was having a hard time defending against a spear. Under the continuous clashing of weapons, Dongbua Shuai-ing's spear was getting more and more strenuous. The transcendent native was also getting more and more expectant. This is the moment. At the instant when their weapons clashed, the spear in Dongbua Shuai-ing's hand moved like a python. The transcendent native felt his saber being stuck to the spear's body. A strange, rotating force guided his saber, and the spear was like a dragon coming out of its cave, piercing towards Dongbua Shuai-ing in an instant. In terms of physical speed, Dongbua Shuai-ing was far inferior to him, but the speed of his weapon was much faster. No, the transcendent native hurriedly dodged with all his might. Pooh! The spear instantly pierced into his shoulder, creating a bloody hole, following which the transcendent native retreated explosively, and Dongbua Shuai-ing's spear didn't have time to attack a second time. You actually managed to escape. Dongbua Shuai-ing shook his head. You did it on purpose. You are purposely acting weak. The transcendent native roared. With such a strange and unpredictable spear art, how is it possible for him to be suppressed by him? He was purposely acting weak, allowing Dongbua Shuai-ing to attack freely, and then waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack like a venomous snake. Your speed is really fast. You are even able to avoid being hit in the vitals. Dongbua Shuai-ing stared at the transcendent native's shoulder. The bloody hole on his shoulder was slowly recovering, and there was even dark green blood flowing out. Is that all you have? Dongbua Shuai-ing stared at him. The green-skinned, transcendent native's face turned cold. He had also realized that his opponent's spear art was too strange and unpredictable. It would be too difficult for him to win. Relying on your innate talent, you possess frightening speed. It's a pity that your blade art is too crude. It can't even be compared to ordinary legend rankers. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. This transcendent native's realm was too low. His blade art was too crude, and he didn't even have the one with the world, let alone the realm of myriad existences. It was truly a waste of his frightening speed. However, from this, one could see the threat of these transcendent natives. As long as their realms were able to catch up, they would become extremely terrifying. Since you don't have any powerful techniques, this battle can end here. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Rumble, the surrounding 700 to 800 meters, was filled with surging waves. Actually, the entire battlefield's diameter was only 3 to 4 kilometers. At this moment, this enormous whirlpool of water had completely enveloped the entire battlefield. Wah! This, countless mortals stared with their eyes wide open. The enormous battlefield had instantly transformed into an enormous whirlpool of water. In the center of the whirlpool was the black-robed young man. That black-robed young man was like a deity of the water. The whirlpool was extremely ferocious. Within it, there were even strange undercurrents. The whirlpool revolved unceasingly. The green-skinned, transcendent native's expression changed greatly as he stood within the whirlpool. The undercurrents within the whirlpool were constantly changing, causing yin and yang to fluctuate. Can you still escape? Dongbua Shui-ing instantly turned into a phantom as he rushed over. Escape, escape! The green-skinned, transcendent native fled with all his might. However, the surging whirlpool of water was too unbearable. If it was just the pressure, he wouldn't have cared. However, the undercurrents were too unbearable. Actually, just the change in the direction of the pressure was enough to cause this transcendent native who didn't possess the perfect as one to suffer a huge loss. Not to mention the fact that Dongbua Shui-ing had fused the profound mysteries of water and fire of myriad existences together. Within the gentleness there was a ferocity, and within the ferocity there was a gentleness. The undercurrents within the whirlpool were endless. Even a human transcendent with a higher cultivation would be at a disadvantage, let alone a transcendent native with a lower cultivation. He staggered as he ran, and he could only unleash 30 to 40% of his original speed. Most importantly, he couldn't even grasp the accuracy of his movements. Every step he took might be too far, too close, or too far off. No. The green-skinned, transcendent native turned his head to look behind him. His fiery red eyes were wide open as he brandished his saber in an attempt to block. Pooh! The spear was like a dragon as it instantly pierced into the space between his eyebrows. It only pierced a little before it was pulled out. There was a finger-sized hole in the space between his eyebrows. His brain had already been completely destroyed and turned into mush. The vitality of a transcendent native was extremely strong. Usually, only by beheading, piercing through the heart, or piercing through the brain would they die. As for those who had attained the undying body, they were even more terrifying. Countless mortals looked at the surging waves in the huge battlefield below. The black-robed young man who was treading on the waves stood there. Beside him was the corpse of a 3-meter-tall, green-skinned, transcendent native. At first, there was complete silence. Following that, there was an excited cheer. Jing Qiu was also cheering excitedly as she watched. The first round has ended. Rest for 2 hours before the second round begins. A sonorous voice resounded throughout the entire hall of life and death. The endless waves dissipated. On the other hand, Dongbua Shui-ing walked towards an open door at the corner of the battlefield. Evidently, he was going to rest for 2 hours before preparing for the second round. Chapter 114. Hong Long Long, the doors of the Hall of Life and Death slowly opened. Because there were 2 hours to rest, the doors would naturally open during the break, allowing people to take the chance to walk around and return to the Hall of Life and Death when the time was right. Countless mortals watched with their blood boiling, feeling incomparably excited. On the other hand, the spectators in the east were either in groups of 2s or 3s, or in groups of 8 or 10. The Transcendents were chatting with each other and were much calmer. To them, this was just a show to watch, and at the same time a reunion with old friends that they hadn't seen for many years. Win 3 rounds? So what if that was the big deal? It was too ordinary. To a mage, passing 3 rounds might be praiseworthy, because mages were at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle without being able to use any transcendent equipment. But transcendent knights were experts in close combat. As long as they had reached the realm of myriad existences and had rich combat experience, it would be a joke if they could not pass the first 3 rounds. Passing was considered normal performance. Winning 4 or 5 rounds was considered impressive. Winning 6 rounds was considered impressive. Vice head Chao Qing and Qiu Qi Bai were also impressive back then. They were experts in combat and had won 6 rounds. Without awakening their primordial bloodline and having special talents, they could only rely on their own cultivation level and combat experience to win 6 rounds. It was definitely worthy of admiration. As for those who won 7, 8, or 9 rounds, they all had the special talents of the primordial bloodline. For example, Dan Qingyan in the recent 10,000 years. Her primordial bloodline was a special blood talent. When she ignited her blood, her speed and strength would increase exponentially. Even her body was close to being undying. Back then, she relied on her cultivation level and combat experience to win 6 rounds. After that, she activated her talent, causing her strength to increase exponentially. Her body was also close to being undying, winning 7, 8, and 9 rounds consecutively. Another example was the Purgatory Knight Jie Li, who had the most victories in the history of the Xia people. His primordial bloodline talent was even more mystical. As a mortal, he could already control flames, and the temperature of the flames was extremely high. After becoming a transcendent, he combined the profound mysteries of myriad existences and Do Qi. His primordial bloodline talent turned into a terrifying flame. It was called the Purgatory Flame by the Transcendents. Jie Li was also called the Purgatory Knight. The Purgatory Flame's temperature alone could burn a Sky Peak expert to death. Under the burning of the Purgatory Flame, even if one's body was strong enough to withstand the heat, how painful would it be? Moreover, the pressure from the Purgatory Flame was also extremely strong. The opponent might not even be able to display half of their strength. His own cultivation level was also very high. With the help of his innate talent, he finally achieved the unimaginable achievement of 11 matches. To this day, there was not a second person in the entire Xia people who could achieve this. So, to be able to achieve such a high score in the transcendent battle of life and death, one had to have a high cultivation realm and battle experience, but the other was the primordial bloodline talent. Dongbua Shuiying's innate talent was only the ability to double one's strength. Compared to all the other innate talents, it was one of the most unremarkable. Therefore, now that Dongbua Shuiying had only won 3 matches, it was normal for the Transcendents to be calm and chatting casually with each other. In one of the side gardens of the Hall of Life and Death, Dongbua Shuiying was holding a flat wine flask. The flask was filled with the spiritual liquid of the stone of oceanic boundary. He sat in the garden and looked at the flowers and plants. Because it was winter, there were only a few white flowers and some plants with strong vitality left in the garden. Goo. He casually drank a mouthful of the spiritual liquid of the stone of oceanic boundary. This spiritual liquid had the effect of nourishing one's battle chi and soul. After drinking it, he felt very comfortable. The first 3 matches weren't that difficult. It's just that the Transcendent Native's innate talent is a little special. Dongbua Shuiying praised. His speed is actually twice as fast as mine. Countless Transcendents would choose between having their strength doubled or their speed doubled. Most likely, 99% of them would choose to double their speed. My primordial bloodline talent is indeed a very ordinary type of innate talent. Dongbua Shuiying laughed at himself. Regardless of whether it was the Dragon Mountain Manor head Yihong or Qiu Qi Bai and the rest, When they knew that Dongbui Shuiying's primordial bloodline talent was merely strength, they didn't care. However, when I was weak, my primordial bloodline had helped me a lot. If not for my primordial bloodline, I would have died in the hands of Xiang Pengyan long ago. Dongbui Shuiying didn't care about the ordinary nature of his primordial bloodline. After all, as a transcendent expert, the higher one's cultivation level was the more important and fundamental. Everything else was secondary. Drinking the spiritual liquid of the stone of oceanic boundary, Dongbui Shuiying became more clear-headed. He recalled the previous 3 matches and thought about how he performed during the battles, absorbing the experience. The second round will be the most difficult. Based on the rules set by the Infernal Palace, the opponent for the 4th round will be a Battle Chi clone. The opponent for the 5th round will still be a lower Transcendent Native. And the opponent for the 6th round will be a middle Transcendent Native. Dongbui Shuiying thought to himself, Battle Chi clone. After becoming a Saint expert, one would be able to do it. The Transcendent Battle Chi of a Saint expert would be able to condense into a human form and transform freely. Furthermore, the soul of a Saint expert would be even stronger, allowing them to separate a portion of their soul into the Battle Chi clone. This way, the Battle Chi clone would be able to move independently and display a relatively strong strength. Normally, when going on an adventure, Saint experts would like to use their Battle Chi clone to explore unknown areas. Even if they met with a huge danger and the Battle Chi clone died, a portion of their soul would be destroyed. At most, a Saint expert would suffer a huge loss of vitality, but they would be able to recover after some rest. If they recklessly charged forward, it would be very easy for them to lose their lives. The strength of the Battle Chi clone depended on the amount of Transcendent Battle Chi in the clone and how many souls were attached to it. Lower Transcendent Native, Middle Transcendent Native, Upper Transcendent Native. This was how humans categorized the natives of the transcendent world. These natives of the transcendent world were equivalent to weakened primordial life forms. They all had their own strange innate abilities. According to the uniqueness and threat of their innate abilities, humans categorized them as lower, middle, and upper. Actually, this categorization was learned from the Abyss demons. The Abyss demons were categorized as lower, middle, and upper. In terms of threat, the Abyss demons were much more terrifying than the transcendent natives. After all, they were the terrifying life forms of the Dark Abyss. Of course, just like the transcendent native that Dongbui Shuiying fought against in the 3rd round, his speed was twice that of an expert of the same level, yet he was only categorized as a lower transcendent native. A middle transcendent native was extremely terrifying. An upper transcendent native was extremely rare. It was rare for the Xia people to capture an upper transcendent native. After they were captured, they would be kept in captivity by demigod transcendent mages for research. It was impossible for them to be used in the transcendent battle of life and death. After all, there were many transcendent mages who researched on bloodlines and fleshly bodies. For example, Si Lianghong, a mortal from Azure River County, specialized in researching on bloodlines and fleshly bodies. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The Hall of Life and Death once again rumbled as it closed. Countless mortals had already returned to the Hall of Life and Death. Every one of them was filled with excitement and anticipation. This was because the following battles would be even more exciting, and the opponents would be even more unique. Within the battlefield, Dongbui Shuiying stood alone, silently waiting for his opponent. Dong! A thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire Hall of Life and Death. Everyone quietened down. Hua! A ray of light descended and landed on a mountain rock. It was a handsome and unruly white-robed man with a divine sword on his back. His entire body was faintly glowing. It was obvious that he did not have a body of flesh and blood, but a body formed from Do Qi. Dongbui Shuiying looked at the white-robed man in front of him in shock. Elder Gong Liang! Although the white-robed man in front of him was a body formed from Do Qi, He could tell with a single glance that he was Elder Gong Liang Yuan, the one who had led him into the infernal world. The white-robed handsome man rubbed his nose and laughed helplessly. There's no choice. Your opponent in the 4th round is me. He had already released the first chapter, and the second chapter would be released soon. Chapter 115. The handsome, white-robed Gong Liang Yuan said helplessly, I have just become a martial saint not long ago, and my abilities are still weak. My Do-Chi doppelganger can test your strength, Brother Dongbua. Although I really want to help you, there are so many transcendents staring at you. There are even demigods with incredible abilities. I don't dare to go easy on you. Elder Gong Liang, don't stand on ceremony. Dongbua Shui-ing said, I will try my best to stop you and defeat you. Gong Liang Yuan said, if you can't even defeat this Qi clone, you'll be in danger of dying in the 5th and 6th matches. Understood. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. Come. Gong Liang Yuan stood there. Shui-ing was cautiously staring at the distant Elder Gong Liang Yuan, whose skin was covered in flowing light. He thought to himself, Elder Gong Liang Yuan always carries a deity sword on his back. If it isn't a quirk, then it should be related to the secret technique he cultivates. Back when he was in the Water Taoist faction's Secret Arts Pavilion, although he had chosen the Magic Dragon Art, in the end he had already browsed through a large number of high-grade and top-grade secret Do-Chi techniques. Although he didn't want to learn them for the time being, he could still accumulate some experience and broaden his horizons by reading more. Therefore, he knew of many special secret techniques that required one to carry a weapon at all times. In addition, he had chatted with many transcendents over the past half a year and learned some common knowledge. The more one carried a weapon, the more careful they had to be. Boom! Dongbua Shui-ing willed. Instantly, the power of the heaven and earth water in the battlefield surged, forming endless waves. The surging waves engulfed an area of 3 to 4 li in the battlefield, forming a huge whirlpool. Gong Liang Yuan, who was also in the middle of the whirlpool, frowned. He then smiled and said, Brother Dongbua, you have just become a transcendent, but the profound mystery of the water of creation is quite interesting. Although he said that there was a formless wind energy surrounding him, easily blocking all the water currents. In terms of cultivation level, he was higher than Dongbua Shui-ing. Brother Dongbua, make your move. If you just stand there like an idiot, you won't be able to win. Gong Liang Yuan stood there, waiting for Dongbua Shui-ing to make his move. All right. Dongbua Shui-ing wanted to stay still and wait for the other party to move so that he could find some clues. But according to the rules, he could only win if he defeated his opponent. Whoosh! Dongbua Shui-ing walked on the water. When he moved, he was like a bolt of lightning. In just a flash, he had already closed in on Gong Liang Yuan. Strangely, Gong Liang Yuan, who was originally standing there, suddenly grabbed the hilt of the divine sword on his back with his right hand. It was as if his right hand had been holding the hilt for a very long time. But as she approached him, his hands were still relaxed. But strangely, his right hand was on the hilt of his sword, and time seemed to slow down. Clang! It was the sound of a divine sword being unsheathed. What followed was a dazzling cold sword light with a strong wind current. The sword light was extremely fast and had already arrived in front of him. Dang! Dongbua Shui-ing's face fell. He immediately used the black spear in his hand to block the incoming attack. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Severing wind, 15 swords. The secret technique that Elder Gong Liang Yuan was practicing was a top-grade secret technique. Severing wind, 15 swords. This secret technique was suitable for transcendents who were proficient in the profound mystery of all things wind. Furthermore, it was suitable for using swords. Dongbua Shui-ing had seen this secret technique before in the Secret Technique Pavilion. Normally, some secret techniques were proficient in defense, while others were proficient in offense. Even those that were proficient in defense would usually have some offensive capabilities. But the Severing Wind 15 swords was an extreme secret technique that was purely used for offense. It did not have any effect in terms of defense, but its offensive capabilities were extremely terrifying. Practicing this secret technique required one to constantly nurture the divine sword. Furthermore, when the sword was unsheathed, each strike would be faster than the previous one using the power of the wind. Just like the stacking of waves, the power of the sword would continuously increase, and the requirement for mastery of the profound mystery of all things wind would become higher and higher. Only when one reached full mastery would he be able to perform all 15 swords. Of course, Elder Gong Lianyuan had just entered the Saint Realm, so it was impossible for him to reach the level of 15 swords. But even if he could perform 5 or 6 swords, it would still be very terrifying. Facing such a secret technique, he had to run. He could not allow the opponent to unleash all his swords in one go. As long as he could stop the opponent's swords temporarily, the opponent would have to start from the very first sword in order to execute the secret technique. The stacking of swords was something that had to be executed continuously without stopping. "You won't be able to escape, brother Dongbua." Gong Lianyuan's voice rang out, and at the same time a strong gust of wind appeared around Dongbua Shuiying, obstructing Dongbua Shuiying's movements. While Dongbua Shuiying was retreating, Gong Lianyuan had already unleashed 2 more swords in the air. By the 4th sword, it was already right in front of Dongbua Shuiying's eyes. There was no way to dodge. Since there was no way to dodge, then he would have to face it head-on. Facing the Severing Wind 15 swords, using offense against offense was also a method. He would try his best to destroy the opponent's stacking of swords. Dang! The spear in Dongbua Shuiying's hand turned into a blazing flame, ferociously stabbing towards his opponent. The 2 swords clashed together, and at the instant of impact, the sword retracted nimbly using the rebound force. Following that, it unleashed an even more terrifying 5th sword. The gust of wind brought about by this sword was already very small, but the sword light itself was much more condensed and faster. The earlier clash between the 2 weapons was very weak. This caused Dongbua Shuiying to feel very uncomfortable. He had clearly unleashed a ferocious attack, but his opponent had retracted it with just a single touch. Furthermore, it was even faster than before. This caused him to feel the pressure of being suppressed in terms of techniques. This Gong Lianyuan might not be comparable to Dongbua Shuiying when he was a new transcendent, but he had been cultivating for many years. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to step into the Saint Realm meant that he was already very powerful. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 10 Sky Realm transcendents would be able to step into the Saint Realm. Fortunately, Dongbua Shuiying already knew the logic behind the fire of creation. The profound mystery of fire of creation contained a soft force. With a twist of his spear, the profound mystery of fire of creation easily changed into the profound mystery of water of creation. He immediately retracted his spear and reduced the radius of his defense. Pooh! The spear managed to block the 5th sword by a hair's breadth. The divine sword was retracted upon contact, followed by the even faster 6th sword. This sword was so fast that Dongbua Shuiying's eyes turned blurry. He could only grit his teeth and try his best to block it. He believed in the defensive capabilities of his spear art with the profound mystery of water of creation. Hua! The spear turned into a circle, and streams of water swirled around it. Boom! This sword was no longer as light as it was in the past. Instead, the accumulated power of each sword was unleashed. To be honest, the speed of the Do-Chi doppelganger was far inferior to that lightning, transcendent native. However, by the time the 6th sword was unleashed, the speed of the sword art was already so fast that Dongbua Shuiying could only rely on his instincts to block it. Furthermore, the might of the attack was even more terrifying. Dongbua Shuiying only felt an intense impact on his spear. He hurriedly spun his spear, trying his best to deflect the impact. However, the impact still caused the spear shaft to fly backwards, smashing onto Dongbua Shuiying's body. Pooh! Dongbua Shuiying was sent flying backwards, and at the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was sent flying backwards, Dongbua Shuiying was still extremely excited. He blocked it. If he didn't block it, that sword would have landed on his body, and he would have lost an arm or leg. He might not lose his life in the 4th round, but if he was heavily injured, it would mean that he would lose. Following Dongbua Shuiying, he landed on the water surface and looked at Gong Liangyuan. He actually didn't chase after him while he was sent flying backwards. Dongbua Shuiying was still facing his opponent, preparing to defend at any moment. Logically speaking, when he was sent flying, it was definitely a good opportunity for him to attack. Dongbua Shuiying discovered that the white-robed Gong Liangyuan was standing there. His skin had turned transparent, and the flowing light became more and more obvious. Old brother Dongbua, congratulations. You won. It's a pity that I can only use the most ordinary sword provided by the Infernal Palace. Gong Liangyuan looked at the sword in his hand. Without a long period of mental nourishment, the power I can unleash is much weaker. I can only unleash 6 swords at most. With his true strength, he could unleash 8 swords. The Severing Wind 15 swords could be considered a small success. Elder Gong Liang, I was already having a hard time just now. Why didn't you continue to attack? Dongbua Shuiying asked. The amount of transcendent Do Qi in this avatar of mine is also not much. It is only enough for me to unleash the Severing Wind 6 swords once. Gong Liangyuan laughed. The Severing Wind 15 swords consumed a lot of Do Qi. Currently, the amount of Do Qi in his avatar was too little. He could only unleash 1 or 2 swords of Severing Wind 6 swords. It was not a threat to Dongbua Shuiying at all. I really didn't expect that you would be able to block my Severing Wind 6 swords when you are only at the 1st level of Myriad Realm. Gong Liangyuan laughed. Chapter 116. With that, Gong Liangyuan's almost transparent body soared into the sky and flew away. Dong! The sound of a drum resounded throughout the Hall of Life and Death. Countless mortals understood that the 4th match was considered a victory. Actually, many mortals could not understand this match, because the Do Qi doppelganger had only used a few extremely fast swords. Mortals could not even see it clearly. Furthermore, Dongbua Shuiying was sent flying while vomiting blood. How did he win? The mortals did not think too much about it. They were here to watch an exciting battle between transcendents. If they could not understand, they could only blame themselves for not being knowledgeable enough. Comprehending myriad existences at the 1st level was able to block the Severing Wind 15 swords. Interesting. However, it is impossible for him to win the 6th match just by relying on his unpredictability and defense. The transcendents who were spectating from the east became slightly interested because they felt that Shuiying's path was about to come to a halt. Comprehending the nature of heaven and earth, reaching the realm of myriad existences, nature of heaven and earth, the transformation of myriad existences, endless profound mysteries. After stepping into the realm of myriad existences, along with the deepening of one's comprehension, one's ability to control the energy of heaven and earth would undergo a qualitative transformation. According to this qualitative transformation, the realm of myriad existences was divided into 3 levels. This also represented the level of one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Extremely few legend rankers, like the top 3 in the Dragon Mountain book, were monsters who had comprehended the 2nd level of myriad existences. Normally, once one stepped into the 2nd level of myriad existences, they would be able to quickly break through to become transcendents. There were also those who broke through to become transcendents. Their soul would undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing them to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth, reaching the second level of myriad existences. In short, to rely on one's own comprehension to win the sixth match, one would normally have to reach the second level of myriad existences. Breaking through to the next realm would become increasingly difficult. The third level of myriad existences was rare even amongst the sky realm transcendents. Normally, once one reached this level, one would have hope of breaking through to the saint realm. Above that would be the condensation of true meaning. Only those who could condense true meaning could be considered as true experts amongst the saint realm. The pressure is huge. Shui-Ing could feel the pressure from the battle. My comprehension of the realms is still too low. During the 6 years I spent in the underground Great Hall, my understanding of the profound mysteries of water and fire in the myriad existences had increased by a large amount. In the past 6 months in the Xia capital, I have been comprehending spear techniques, and my comprehension has also increased. But there was still no qualitative change. His profound mysteries of the realm of myriad creations was much more profound than when he killed Xiang Pengyan. But only a qualitative change could represent reaching the second level. Fortunately, the water of myriad creations is good at defense. Otherwise, the fourth round would have been dangerous. Dongbua Shui-Ing had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Very good. The greater the pressure, the better it will be for me to hone my spear techniques. After becoming a transcendent for half a year, he had gained a lot of insights into spear techniques. Many of them needed to be tested in actual combat. Who? Dongbua Shui-Ing raised his head and saw a figure descending from the sky, landing on the mountain rocks with a dull thud. This was a humanoid giant that was nearly 5 meters tall. His skin was dark red and he had fangs. He held a huge shield in one hand and a terrifying giant axe in the other. His dark yellow eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. These transcendent natives that were thrown in as opponents were filled with hatred towards humans and refused to bow their heads. Humans captured them and forced them to do hard work. Sometimes they would even be chosen as opponents in the transcendent battle of life and death. If they lost, they would die. But if they won, they would regain their freedom. Freedom was what these natives desired the most. Since the Infernal Palace had made a promise, they would not go back on it. If they could take the opportunity to kill a new transcendent and regain their freedom, how great would that be? Even if they killed a new transcendent, the Infernal Palace would not take revenge, because this was the rule of the transcendent battle of life and death. Seems like this transcendent native is rather good at fighting. Dongbua Shui-Ing could sense that this transcendent native in front of him should be much stronger than the one he met in the third round. Boom! With a thought from Shui-Ing, surging waves of water appeared, forming a huge maelstrom of water that filled the entire battleground. The undercurrents within the waves were unceasing. The giant native with a shield and a giant axe frowned. His lips curled into a disdainful smile as he charged towards Qin Wentian. Although the undercurrents were turbulent, the giant native was still able to control his strength with relative precision. He charged towards Qin Wentian, ignoring the turbulent whirlpool. He has reached the realm of power as one. Dongbua Shui-Ing immediately deduced. The influence of the waves on him is rather small. Die, human! The giant native turned his body sideways. With his left hand holding onto the giant shield, he charged towards Qin Wentian with the full force of his body. The giant native, with a height of nearly 5 meters, had a similarly huge shield. It was as though a giant wall was charging towards Dongbua Shui-Ing. If it was just a clash of weapons, he could still focus on techniques. But when it was just a shield, it would be much more troublesome to deal with. Dongbua Shui-Ing did not have any good ideas. Let's use this to see if he's strong or weak. Dongbua Shui-Ing immediately retreated. At the same time, his spear pierced out like a venomous snake, instantly colliding with the giant shield. Boom! A suppressive force was transmitted from the spear. Fortunately, the spear was merely a feint. The spear trembled as it deflected the force of the impact. Even so, it was still sent flying backwards. What a ferocious force! Dong Shui-ing was shocked. You won't be able to escape. As Dong Shui-ing was sent flying, the giant native chased after him. He swung his giant axe horizontally, as though it was about to split the heavens and earth apart. Dong Shui-ing's spear was like a stream of water. It was incomparably gentle. The moment it came into contact with the axe, a bizarre rotational force caused the axe to change its direction. Suppress! The giant native's shield swept over once more. A giant shield and a giant axe swept out consecutively. Dong Shui-ing was actually forced to defend. The main reason was because this giant native had rich combat experience. His techniques could be considered as a shield grandmaster and battle axe grandmaster. The combination of their techniques was extremely perfect. This native strength is extremely strong. Even when using heavy weapons like shields and axes, he is still able to move so quickly and ferociously. Shui-ing was doing his best to defend while pondering. He's using an upright and straightforward method to suppress me. Even though my profound mystery of the water of myriad existences is soft and strange, it is useless in front of him. There were many different styles of combat. A strange and gentle spear art was useless in the face of a direct suppression. Clearly, the Infernal Palace did not allow for any flukes when choosing an opponent for a new Transcendent. From the Transcendent native who was proficient in speed in the third match to the Shield Grandmaster and Battle Axe Grandmaster who was able to suppress the Transcendent native head-on in the fifth match. It was a test of every aspect of a new Transcendent. As long as one failed in one aspect, they would be defeated. That terrifying axe whizzed over. If they were to be struck by it, they would instantly lose their lives. If I continue to hold on with such difficulty, I will only be defeated in the end. I have to counterattack. At the moment when Dong Shui-ing was sent flying, he suddenly charged forward and raised his spear high. Bringing along boundless might, he slashed downwards. When he slashed downwards, flames appeared on the spear as though a meteorite was descending. The fire of myriad creations was ferocious and violent, directly suppressing. In terms of frontal attacks, it was much stronger than the profound mystery of the water of myriad creations' spear art. It could not be considered as double, but it was not far from it. Furthermore, as one's cultivation realm increased, the difference between the different profound mysteries of the spear art would become greater. The fire of myriad creations' spear art would become more and more ferocious, while the water of myriad creations' spear art would become more and more unpredictable. Good. The huge native was agitated. He immediately brandished the axe in his hand and slashed forward. He wanted to crush the spear of the human in front of him and hack this human to death. Pum! A loud sound rang out. Dong Shui-ing was sent flying backwards. The huge native also felt the huge impact, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was unable to give chase immediately. Pooh! Dong Shui-ing's mouth was filled with the taste of blood, but his eyes were filled with excitement. From the start of the transcendent battle of life and death until now, this was the only battle that gave him the same feeling as when he fought against Xiang Pengyin, that kind of pressure and nervousness when he was on the brink of death. Although the last strike of the severing Wind 15 swords also made him feel the threat of death, it was only for a split second. The transcendent battle of life and death is getting more and more interesting. Dong Shui-ing was extremely excited. Only such battles could truly temper himself. The feeling of walking on the brink of death caused his entire body to tremble with excitement. The threat of death stimulated his instincts, allowing him to enter the most perfect state. Chapter 117. The waves surged. The huge native was like an unshakable reef. Furthermore, he was nearly 5 meters tall. How huge was his physique? Dong Shui-ing's height wasn't even as tall as the huge native's thigh. The huge native casually swung his shield, but it was as though a wall was pressing down on him. A casual swing of his axe, it was extremely difficult to dodge. If the huge native was an agile type, Dongbua Shueing might have an advantage due to his small stature. However, this transcendent native was suppressing Dongbua Shueing head-on. He was displaying the advantage of his physique and strength. Dongbua Shueing is in trouble this time. I'm afraid he will lose in the 5th match. Humph. He relied on the peculiarity of the water of myriad existences and his defensive ability. However, it is completely useless against this straightforward suppression. He has no hope at all in this battle. I heard that he had awakened his primordial bloodline. Once his primordial bloodline is activated, he might be able to turn the tables. You guys shouldn't look down on him. Perhaps this Dongbua Shueing had a breakthrough in the midst of battle. That year, Qiu Qi Bai had a breakthrough in the midst of a life and death battle, reaching the 2nd level of the realms of myriad existences. After that, he won the 6th match. Some of the transcendents in the Eastern Spectator stand straight in their backs. Some of them were also watching attentively. Snow Eagle, old brother Snow Eagle, Qiu Qi Bai, and the other transcendents from the Tranquil Sun province were also getting nervous. They could tell that without using his power of bloodline, it would be extremely difficult for Dongbua Shueing to win this match. Snow Eagle is still too young. His realm is still lacking. Peng Shan said. However, Dongbua Shueing wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he was fighting to his heart's content. His spear flew about. Sometimes it was gentle and strange. Sometimes it was ferocious and violent. Out of every 10 spear strikes, 6 or 7 of them were extremely ferocious. Most of them were even clashing head-on. Boom, boom, it's a fair and square suppression, and there seems to be no flaws. However, he is too ferocious. The most perfect battle technique should have both yin and yang, both hard and soft. Back then, Dongbua Shueing had first comprehended the fire of all creations. Later on, he felt that something was amiss, so he combined toughness and gentleness to comprehend the water of all creations. In his comprehension of the nature of the world, everything had its yin and yang sides. Crushing the opponent with pure brute force was very effective. But if he couldn't win in a short period of time, the opponent would have a chance to counterattack. He's strong and fierce. I, on the other hand, have both strength and gentleness. I definitely have a chance of defeating him. He seems to be flawless, so I'll create an opening in battle. Dongbua Shueing was different from other transcendents. There were 2 types of transcendent knights who cultivated. The first type was those who fought on the brink of life and death from the very beginning. They would temper themselves and gain insights from the brink of death, allowing their realms to constantly rise. One such example was Qiu Qi Bai. Qiu Qi Bai was extremely adept at battle. The more he fought, the stronger he became. He even comprehended the true meaning of void cleavage. The other type was more inclined towards self-cultivation. Even if they rarely fought on the brink of life and death, as long as they had a solid foundation, they would be able to gradually improve their realms. Dongbua Shueing belonged to the latter type. Before he became a transcendent, he had very few intense battles. Only the half a month in the mountain range of desolation, the battle with the god's emissary, and the battle with Xiang Pengyin could be considered as intense. Afterwards, at the bottom of the Black Wind Abyss in the underground palace for 6 years, he had also immersed himself in cultivation. At most, he would spar with 2 transcendent refiner organisms. He didn't have any life and death battles to temper himself. Perhaps he had also inherited some of his mother's strengths. Dongbua Shueing loved to ponder, research, and summarize. It was the same during battles. When he was fighting with this huge native, Dongbua Shueing didn't panic at all. After a short exchange, he immediately understood his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Then, based on his own strengths, he immediately came up with a plan. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the two was incomparably ferocious. Under the eruption of the profound fire of creation, the huge native's arms were numb from the impact, and his body staggered. Under such collisions, Dongbua Shueing tried to find a flaw in the huge native's defense, hoping to kill him. However, it was clear that the huge native was also a shield master. He wouldn't give Dongbua Shueing the chance to do so. However, as long as one's strategy was right, as long as one was patient, the opportunity would eventually come. Boom! As Dongbua Shueing's spear swept across, it collided with the shield. Under the intense collision, the spearhead in Dongbua Shueing's hands was knocked backwards. However, Dongbua Shueing had a plan in mind. As his spear streaked across the sky, it spun 180 degrees, causing the spearhead to be at the back and the spearhead to be at the front. Show! The spear in his hand pierced out. The spearhead pierced out with the spearhead. The spearhead also spun in a shocking arc, bringing with it an intense and bizarre force. Water flowed around it. The huge native was too careless. After all, it was rare to see the spearhead piercing out. Although the spearhead was not sharp, this piercing was similar to the piercing of a rod, and the might behind it was equally shocking. Unable to block in time with his shield, he could only swing his huge axe to block. Pooh! The spearhead collided with the axe. The spearhead was smooth and did not have a sharp edge. The spinning force was even more bizarre, to the point that it could even form an arc that was visible to the naked eye. With just a touch and a spin, the spearhead pierced through the huge axe. Pooh! The rod nodded. The spearhead pierced through the throat of the huge native. The bizarre penetrative force instantly pierced through his throat. Boom! The thick spearhead continued to spin as it pierced through the huge native's throat, creating a huge hole the size of a bowl. The neck of the huge native was extremely thick. If the wound was small, with his vitality he wouldn't die at all. Kill! The huge native's neck was pierced through, but he still widened his eyes and waved his shield. Dongbua Shueing hurriedly retreated. So. He rapidly increased the distance between them. The huge native stood there with his eyes wide open, following which he grabbed his neck with one hand, but it was useless. The hole was too big. Even his powerful vitality was unable to save him. He stood there for a full 2 breaths of time before collapsing. Hua! Immediately, some of the spectating transcendents stood up. All of them looked in astonishment at the huge native who had fallen to the ground. He won. The way Dongbua Shueing won caused many of the transcendents to be shocked. This Dongbua Shueing's spear technique is a fusion of fire and water when he fights in close combat, combining strength and gentleness. When he is gentleness, his defense is perfect without any flaws. When he is fierce, he is also incomparably ferocious. Furthermore, when the fierce spear technique changes into the gentle spear technique, it is incomparably natural. That bumpkin clearly had no openings, but after so many head-on collisions, he created openings. Amazing! Many of the transcendents sighed in admiration. Transcendents who walked the extreme path were powerful, but their flaws were also very obvious. Transcendents like Dongbua Shueing, who had both offense and defense, combining strength and gentleness, were the hardest to deal with. But in reality, very few transcendents would choose this path because their energy was limited. Walking the extreme path would allow them to easily become stronger. To be perfect in many aspects, the energy required was too much. Dong! Following the sound of the drum in the Hall of Life and Death, not only were the countless mortals excited, even the spectating transcendents stood up. Those that did not stand up also sat up to watch carefully. Probably only Cloud Fog City Lady Boo, the number 1 killing god Old Granny, and a few others could still casually watch. The 6th match was about to begin. The 6th match, when Qiuqi Bai reached the 2nd level of realms of myriad existences, he only won 6 matches. The 6th match. Dongbua Shueing took a deep breath. This crucial match would definitely be much harder than the previous one. Hua! A figure descended from the sky. It was a 2-meter tall man with long green hair. His body was sturdy, his face was like a sculpture, and his hair was lush. Just by standing there, he emitted an indescribable aura. Chapter 118. The moment he landed on the ground, a majestic wave of water immediately condensed in the battleground, transforming into a huge whirlpool that coiled around the green-haired man. Water? Playing with water with me? The green-haired man sneered. At the same time, with his body as the center, a terrifying chill instantly spread out in all directions. The originally turbulent waves were all frozen with crackling sounds, and the huge whirlpool of water was still in the shape of a whirlpool even after it was frozen. The temperature in the battle arena also plummeted. So cold! Dongbua Shue Ing could feel the bone-piercing chill, and his body started to freeze. With a thought, Dongbua Shue Ing's transcendent Do, Qi, started to flow rapidly, shattering the ice on his body. However, the surrounding chill started to condense again. Dongbua Shue Ing could only rely on his transcendent Do Qi to dispel and shatter the ice. If he were to stop, he would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture. Dongbua Shue Ing tried to use the power of the fire in the world, but as the chill spread out, the power of the fire was expelled the moment he tried to use it. So cold. I have transcendent Do Qi to protect my body. My body has also become strong due to the awakening of my primordial bloodline, but I can still feel the bone-piercing chill. Dongbua Shue Ing was shocked. This chill would probably freeze an ordinary legend knight to death. Ordinary, newly advanced transcendents with weak bodies would also shiver in fear. He had just broken through to the mid-phase sky realm, which was why his sixth opponent was so powerful. Other than the bone-piercing chill, the boundless chill also produced a powerful binding force, as though 100,000 gene of weight was pressing down on his body. Chill, suppression, he was afraid that he could only display 60 to 70% of his strength. This green-haired man in front of him was indeed worthy of being classified as a mid-transcendent native. Human, come. Let me see how many tricks you have up your sleeves. The green-haired man sneered. A layer of silvery white ice covered his body, making him look like a man of ice. Humph! The transcendent qi on the surface of Shue Ying's body was constantly circulating, shattering the frost. At the same time, he turned into an afterimage as he flew across the waves of frost. Within moments, he arrived in front of the green-haired male. Who? The long spear transformed into countless spear shadows, strange and unpredictable. The green-haired man was wearing a pair of silver gloves, and he tried to grab hold of Dongbua Shue Ying's spear. However, when his fingers touched the spear, he felt that it was slippery, and it was hard for him to grab hold of it. The tip of the spear spun and pierced into his body. Chi, 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 the black spear pierced into the green-haired man's body, chest, and throat. However, it only left a white spot on the layer of ice on the green-haired man's body. Furthermore, the protective layer of ice on the green-haired man's body was still glowing. Even if it was a white spot, it would instantly recover. What a strange spear technique. I couldn't even catch it. That gave me a fright. I was wondering how powerful it would be, said the green-haired man with a smile. Humph. Dongbua Shue Ying's spear technique changed, becoming incomparably ferocious. His spear technique was imbued with flames, causing its might to skyrocket. Bang, bang, bang. The green-haired man easily blocked the spear with his palms. The protective layer of ice on his palms cracked and shattered, but the silver-white gloves on his palms were indestructible and easily blocked the spear. Furthermore, he was rapidly closing in, intending to engage in close combat. Dongbua Shue Ying immediately retreated. Damn it! Dongbua Shue Ying's expression changed. This transcendent aboriginal has also reached the realm of myriad existences. After reaching the realm of myriad existences, This transcendent Aboriginal's battle techniques had also become formidable. What about him? If he were to rely on the profound mysteries of the water of myriad existences, he would be able to pierce through the opponent's body, but he wouldn't even be able to break through the protective layer of ice. If he were to rely on the fire of myriad existences, he would be able to break through the protective layer of ice. However, because it was too direct, the opponent could easily defend against it. Both of them had their pros and cons unless he executed the water and fire WIRM attack. This was a technique that he created after combining the profound mysteries of the water and fire of myriad existences. He took the advantages of the profound mysteries of water and fire and combined them together to increase his might. It was just that this move was his final trump card. This transcendent battle of life and death was a rare and safe opportunity to train himself. He had to grab hold of every opportunity. Only at the very end would he be willing to use the water and fire WIRM attack. Now that he was using his normal techniques, he could train his profound mysteries of water and fire. As his profound mysteries of water and fire increased, the might of the water and fire WIRM attack would increase as well. Ha ha ha, human, you've lost for sure. The green-haired man closed in crazily. Under the pressure of the boundless cold chi, Dongbua Shuiying's speed was greatly reduced, and he was unable to escape. He could only rely on his spear to defend. The green-haired man tried to close in on him again and again. Dongbua Shuiying used the sweeping, piercing, crushing, tangling, blocking, and other spear techniques of his. He used the profound mysteries of water and fire alternately as he tried his best to hold on. However, everyone could see that Dongbua Shuiying was at an absolute disadvantage. He couldn't threaten the green-haired, transcendent Aboriginal at all, and was completely suppressed. At the corner of the east viewing area, the hunchbacked old granny revealed a smile. I knew it. This kid is so young. It would be amazing if he could win 6 matches. Beauty, you previously said that this kid wouldn't be able to win 6 matches. The bald, skinny old man Chao Ching said proudly. Although Dongbua Shuiying is at a disadvantage, his primordial bloodline hasn't been activated yet. Once it is activated, I believe that winning the 6th match won't be a problem. He's relying on the primordial bloodline. Without it, he wouldn't be able to win 6 matches. Old Granny, ye harumphed coldly. Chao Ching laughed until his mouth became crooked. Beauty, don't forget that we were betting on whether Dongbua Shuiying would be able to win 6 matches. You said that he wouldn't be able to win. So I said that he would win. Who cares if he's relying on the primordial bloodline or not? As long as he wins the 6th match, I'll win this bet. Your 50,000 kilograms of origin stones will belong to me. So be it. Old man, you're about to die. What's the use of 50,000 kilograms of origin stones? Old Granny, ye said unhappily. Even demigods wouldn't bet so much. Only these 2 old fellows who were nearing the end of their lifespans and treasures didn't have much meaning to them, would casually bet so much. After all, once they died, their treasures would be left to their descendants. Of course it's useful. Can't you give it to my Water Taoist faction's genius disciple? For example, give it to this Dongbua Shuiying. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the 100,000 origin stones that I won from the Bloodshed Tavern's #1 killing goddess. Beauty ye! I'll be happy even if I give it to a junior. Chao Ching said proudly. Humph. Count yourself lucky. I calculated wrongly, that's all. Old Granny, you looked down. This Dongbua Shuiying kid's primordial bloodline is only able to activate his strength. It's a very ordinary type and won't be of much help in a transcendent battle of life and death. He'll probably only win 1 or 2 more matches. I thought that this kid had just stepped into the transcendent realm and was very young, so he should only be at the first level of the realms of myriad existences. I didn't expect him to be able to combine the 2 profound mysteries of water and fire so well, allowing him to fight his way to the 6th match. Old Granny Ye's eyes were sharp. Her original calculations were not wrong. However, Dongbua Shuiying's profound mysteries of water and fire had increased. Although it was still at the first level of the realms of myriad existences, it could be considered to be at a relatively high level. Furthermore, the two profound mysteries complemented each other very well. Only then could he fight his way to the sixth match without relying on his strength to activate his strength. A loss is a loss. Chao Qing teased. I was careless and didn't see clearly. Old Granny, you still wanted to explain. A loss is a loss. Old man, Chao Qing, continued to attack. You shut up. Old Granny Yi glared. A loss is a loss. Chao Qing smiled, crookedly, incomparably proud. You rotten old man. Do you still dare to bet? Old Granny Yi gritted her teeth. Chao Qing was startled. I bet that this kid won't win the 8th match. At most he'll stop at the 7th match. Old Granny Yi stared at him. Do you dare to bet? It's still 100,000 origin stones. Chao Qing fell silent. According to his calculations, in order to win the 6th match, Dongbua Shuiying would probably have to activate his strength. Even winning the 7th match would be a bit difficult. There was practically no hope for the 8th match. But after living for so long, one was about to die. Sometimes being willful was just being willful. I'll bet, Chao Qing said. You really dare to bet? Old Granny Yi was shocked. Haha, I won 100,000 origin stones from you before. At worst, I'll just return it to you. Chao Qing laughed. You're really willful. Old Granny Yi smiled, her smile like a flower. More origin stones, willful. Chao Qing said proudly. Mountain Lord He, faction head Si Kongyang, and City Lord Bu were the true hegemons of the human side. The three of them were relatively calm. City Lord Bu was still lying down, casually looking down and drinking wine. She casually said, Not bad, it's already the 6th match. But it seems like he'll have to rely on his archaic bloodline to win the 6th match. At most, he'll only be able to win the 7th match. He'll definitely lose the 8th match. City Lord Bu is right. Mountain Lord He and faction head Si Kongyang both laughed in agreement. Chapter 119. Putting aside the powerful demigods, even the other transcendents who had been cultivating for a long time could tell that Dongbua Shuiying was almost at his wit's end. I'll have to rely on my primordial bloodline. This was because in the past half a year, Dongbua Shuiying had been visiting taverns and restaurants to get to know a few transcendents. When those transcendents sensed Dongbua Shuiying's powerful aura, they guessed that he must have awakened his primordial bloodline. Naturally, the topic of the primordial bloodline would be brought up when the spectators were discussing the battle. Thus, most of the transcendents who were spectating the battle knew that Dongbua Shuiying had awakened the primordial bloodline. Everything was as they had expected. The strength of this transcendent native was indeed enough to suppress Dongbua Shuiying. It wouldn't be long before Dongbua Shuiying was defeated, and he would have to activate his primordial bloodline. Phew! Hua! The spear flew in the air. Perhaps it was a strange and unpredictable attack that was like a python that pierced into the enemy's body. Perhaps it was a rolling attack that slashed at the enemy's head. Perhaps it was a tyrannical sweeping attack, or perhaps it was an instantaneous attack with the spear. Dongbua Shuiying seemed to have become one with the spear as he displayed his spear skills to his heart's content. Awesome, awesome. This kind of hearty and fierce feeling was too refreshing. Dongbua Shuiying shuddered in pleasure from the bottom of his soul. Since young, he had been training his spear arts crazily. Other than his desire to save his parents, he also had a passion for spear arts. Only love that came from the bottom of one's heart. Could one have such astonishing achievements in a situation where there were very few life and death battles? To him, spear arts were the pursuit of his spiritual world. Even if he had become a spearmaster, his spear skills still had not reached its peak. He comprehended the nature of heaven and earth, absorbing the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, constantly perfecting his spear techniques. He had comprehended the fire of all creation and the water of all creation. It made his marksmanship even more perfect. This was a battle of life and death. It allowed him to display his spear arts with all his might. The spear arts that he had comprehended and polished could be displayed to his heart's content, allowing him to see the might of every single move and stance. Only in actual combat could he better verify his spear skills. The fifth match's opponent was a fair and square suppression, while the sixth match's opponent was a close combat. Different fighting styles would test his spear skills from different aspects. My spear art is still not good enough. There are still many weaknesses in my defense and close combat. My spear must be softer. It's not powerful enough either. The spear's explosive power isn't satisfying enough. Dongbua Shuiying's cultivation method was different from others. Others might feel the wind or the water. On the other hand, Dongbua Shuiying was training his spear, pursuing perfection in his spear arts. To him, the profound mysteries of the heaven and earth were like elements. He took those elements and fused them into his spear art. He felt that if the spear art was too hard, it would break easily. If it was too hard and fierce, it would lack tenacity and continuity. Therefore, he comprehended the water of all creations. He even combined the two together. This was the natural result of pursuing perfection in spear techniques. During the battle, Dongbua Shuiying had more thoughts about his spear techniques. He would temporarily keep these thoughts in his heart and slowly ponder over them when he was free. No wonder so many people like to train themselves in the midst of life and death situations. Such battles are too beneficial to my spear arts. Dongbua Shuiying felt as though his mind was filled with inspiration. He discovered the many imperfections in his spear arts, and these imperfections were the direction of his cultivation. A single life and death battle is much more beneficial than 100 days of training. Boom, boom, boom. Dongbua Shuiying was one with his spear. Even though he was at a complete disadvantage, he was still filled with tenacity. Using a combination of strength and gentleness, he managed to endure the suppression of the green-haired man for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Pooh! The spear was pressed against his chest, and Dongbua Shuiying was forced to retreat continuously. His feet tapped the ground repeatedly as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After being suppressed for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Dongbua Shuiying's injuries were severe. His transcendent Do Qi was also greatly depleted. I can't hold on much longer. Dongbua Shuiying understood this point. Die. The green-haired, transcendent native was enraged as well. He didn't expect that his opponent would be able to endure for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, even though he had the upper hand. His attacks became even more ferocious as he closed in on Dongbua Shuiying, killing him crazily. Furthermore, the terrifying cold qi also caused Dongbua Shuiying's speed to slow down, and his agility to become weaker as well. There was no way for him to escape. Die! His palm suddenly pierced through the spear and pierced towards Dongbua Shuiying's chest, wanting to pierce through Dongbua Shuiying's chest. Amen? A demigod from the infernal palace, who was in charge of everything, looked down. His expression changed as he prepared to intervene at any moment. Ka! Dongbua Shuiying's spear suddenly rotated. The end of the spear was like a meat grinder as it twisted around the arm that had pierced through. The transcendent native laughed coldly and didn't seem to care about it at all. Spear techniques required the profound mystery of flames of myriad things to pierce through the layer of ice protecting one's body. Just the twisting of the spear would only have a slight defensive effect and wouldn't be able to break through the layer of ice protecting one's body. With the strength of his body, he would be able to withstand the twisting of the spear and continue to pierce through Dongbua Shuiying's chest. Boom! A cold glint flashed across Dongbua Shuiying's eyes as a faint, blood-red aura rose from the surface of his body. Power bloodline burst. Boom! His arm twisted violently. Kacha! The green-haired man's thick right forearm was completely twisted and broken, and even his bones were protruding out. Ah! The green-haired man's expression changed as he retreated rapidly. Losing an arm was a small matter. After all, the recovery rate of a transcendent native was extremely high. However, Dongbua Shuiying's strength had actually increased explosively, and he seemed to be even stronger than him. As he retreated rapidly, how fast was the spear in Dongbua Shuiying's hands? In an instant, the spear transformed into a shocking arc as it pierced towards the green-haired man. The green-haired man hurriedly used his left hand to block. However, the spear was infused with the profound mysteries of water, and he wasn't able to defend against it at all. The spear passed through his hand, and the green-haired man tried his best to dodge it. With a poochie sound, the spear pierced into the right side of his chest. The green-haired man continued to retreat at high speed. He pulled out his spear, and a bloody hole appeared on his chest. However, the spear didn't pierce through his heart. To a transcendent native, it could only be considered a light injury. Die for me. At the same time that Dongbua Shuiying's spear left the green-haired man's body, Dongbua Shuiying swiftly followed up. With a flip of his hand, he slashed down furiously. Dongbua Shuiying's spear art was too fast. First, it was a strangulation, followed by a stab. Finally, it was a swift slash. One was chasing the green-haired man from the front, while the other was retreating backwards. Naturally, the speed at which he retreated was much slower. The reason why he retreated backwards was because the green-haired man had to face Dongbua Shuiying head-on. Under such a close distance, how could he possibly have his back facing such a terrifying opponent? With a flip of his hand, the spear slashed down with boundless might. The green-haired man could only block with a single hand. Accompanied by a loud sound, the spear pressed down on his arm and slashed down on the green-haired man's head. A loud sound echoed. The green-haired man's eyes were wide open. At the same time, his entire body was embedded into the ice below. Fresh blood flowed down from the top of his head, and the insides of his head had long been smashed into paste. He was dead beyond death. Good. Spectacular. Awesome. Too powerful, too powerful. He actually managed to turn the tables around just like that. In the blink of an eye, that transcendent native died. The countless mortals watching from the west were extremely excited. Even the legend knights and mages were shocked. Previously, Dongbua Shuiying was completely suppressed. He was suppressed for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. However, when Dongbua Shuiying erupted with power, it only took a strangulation, a stab, and a furious slash, and the native transcendent's life was taken away. How fast was Dongbua Shuiying's movements? Only the Star Realm mortals could barely see the afterimages of Dongbua Shuiying's spear techniques when he counterattacked, but they still felt extremely delighted. Amazing. Jing Qiu was also extremely excited. She was excited and happy for Dongbua Shuiying. Before watching the battle, she had already understood about the transcendent battle of life and death. According to what she knew, it was already an amazing feat to be able to win 6 matches. It was said that the number 1 ranked on the Saint rankings, the Eternal Wind Knight, Qiu Qibai, had won 6 matches in the past. Dongbua Shuiying, who was even younger, had also won 6 matches. She was extremely happy for him. It was as if she had won. This Dongbua Shuiying has really activated his primordial bloodline. Looks like this is the limit of his strength. He has to activate his bloodline. I reckon that his 7th match might be a little uncertain. Perhaps he might be able to win if his luck is good. However, I'm afraid that he will definitely lose the 8th match. MN, even after activating his primordial bloodline, he is almost at his limit. He is already very powerful. How old is he? He was able to reach the 6th match without activating his primordial bloodline. This is already something to be proud of. The Transcendents all made their own evaluations. Even the demigods, including Vice Faction Head Chao Qing, Faction Head Si Kongyang, Mountain Lord He, and the demigods of the Infernal Palace, all had the same evaluation. They were still rather appreciative of Dongbua Shuang. They felt that the first time Dongbua Shuang had publicly revealed his strength was slightly better than what they had expected. Dongbua Shuang's profound mysteries of water and fire were not bad. Furthermore, they fused well with each other. It could be considered a small surprise. Of course, it was only a small surprise. Chapter 120. The second round has ended. Rest for 2 hours and begin the third round. A loud voice rang through the entire Hall of Life and Death. There was a hint of joy in his voice. Because most of the new transcendents did not have the qualifications to start the third round. As the envoy in charge of the Infernal Palace, he rarely had the chance to say such words. Hong long long, the doors of the Hall of Life and Death slowly opened. Countless mortals and even transcendents were still discussing Dongbua Shuang. Every single new transcendent who was able to enter the third round was extremely outstanding and worthy of respect. Dongbua Shuang, who was in the arena, walked towards the open side door in the corner. In the garden of the side hall, Dongbua Shuang stood there with a pensive look on his face. He held a dawn stone in his hand as he absorbed and replenished his energy. However, he did not expend too much energy in the previous battle. In the end, he activated his power bloodline and instantly defeated his opponent. Dongbua Shuang absorbed the primordial energy of heaven and earth from the dawn stone. In just the time taken to brew a cup of tea, he had recovered to his peak condition. With a flip of his hand, Dongbua Shuang took out a spear and started practicing his spear arts. The might of my spear arts is still too weak. The explosive power is not pure enough. Dongbua Shuang stood at his original position. With a twist of his wrist, the spear drew an arc in the air and pierced out. When the spear pierced out, it was accompanied by flames and an astonishing explosive force. The impact of the spear in the air collided with the wall of the garden, but the wall was not damaged at all. I have to be more direct when I explode. Being sloppy will only affect my explosive power. In the previous battle, Dongbua Shuang had an epiphany and discovered many problems with his spear arts. Even after the battle ended, he was still immersed in his thoughts as he tried to perfect his spear arts. Pooh! Pooh! The spear pierced out again and again. Occasionally, there would be some changes. Dongbua Shuang continued to ponder, trying to find a more reasonable spear art. With flames surrounding him, he could feel the endless mysteries contained within the natural flames, trying to find what he needed. Half an hour later. This time, it will definitely work. Dongbua Shuang's eyes lit up as he tried to attack with his spear again. The spear was like a flaming meteor, as fast as lightning. It suddenly pierced out, leaving a trail of flames in the air. Clean and tidy, it looked ordinary, and its aura was not as strong as before, but its power was more condensed, and its attack power was more ferocious. Previously, I was too superficial and blindly pursued the explosive power of the flames. In reality, when the explosive power is completely condensed into a single line, the power will be even stronger. A look of joy appeared on Dongbua Shuang's face, and he immediately struck out with his spear once more. Pu-piu-piu. Spear afterimages flashed, and the sound of the spear stabbing through the air was much softer. However, streaks of meteor trails could be seen, and they did not dissipate even after a long time. The power was completely condensed, and its might increased greatly. With a single thought, Dongbua Shuang was able to control the power of the heaven and earth flames, and it was obvious that his control had increased significantly. Countless flame energies converged, forming an even more condensed and scorching flame. The pressure of the flames increased greatly. Second level of myriad creations. Dongbua Shuang smiled. Profound of fire has reached the second level of myriad creations. With a breakthrough in his realm, his control over the energy of the heaven and earth would undergo a qualitative change. After staying in the underground palace for 6 years, his profound fire had increased by a huge amount. After stepping into the transcendent realm for half a year, his profound fire had increased by quite a bit. The accumulation from the life and death battles had finally allowed Dongbua Shui-ing to be enlightened, and his profound fire had stepped into the second level. I never expected this. This is truly unexpected. Everyone else would break through during the battle. I actually broke through during the 2 hours of rest. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed involuntarily as he shook his head speechlessly. My profound fire has reached the second level of myriad creations, and I am close to the third round. I don't have the time to ponder over the profound of water. I should hurry and perfect my water and fire WIRM kill. The water and fire WIRM kill was the first killing technique that Dongbua Shui-ing had comprehended after stepping into the transcendent realm. It was a terrifying technique that combined the profound of fire and water together. The reason why Dongbua Shui-ing hadn't used it yet was because the might of this technique was too great. Hence, he would rather use his power bloodline first. He continued to train his spear arts, because only the profound of water and fire had improved. The water and fire WIRM kill, which combined these two profound mysteries, would be even more powerful. Right now, the profound of water is slightly weaker than the profound of fire. This water and fire WIRM kill might be affected. Dongbua Shui-ing immediately executed it. 1. The spear revolved like a WIRM emerging from the water. An intense rotational force rapidly gathered at the tip of the spear. The extreme yin turned into extreme yang, transforming into a fire dragon. However, this fire dragon was much more ferocious than before, and its might was much more condensed. The shock wave that was as thick as an arm was much clearer, and it instantly struck the wall far away, causing ripples to form on the surface of the wall. When it explodes, it is much more condensed, and its might is much stronger. Dongbua Shui-ing revealed a smile. It was much easier than he had expected. In just his first attempt, he had already executed the water and fire WIRM kill. Looks like Dongbua Shui-ing, I'm going to give them a huge scare this time. Dongbua Shui-ing was extremely happy. According to his original plan, he would train himself as much as possible in the transcendent battle of life and death. When he could no longer endure it, he would use his power bloodline. If he couldn't win with his power bloodline, he would use his killing technique, water and fire WIRM kill. According to his previous estimations, with the help of the water and fire WIRM kill, he should have no problem winning the 8th match. However, the 9th match was a little uncertain. Now that his cultivation realm had increased, his profound mysteries of fire had also increased. The power of the water and fire WIRM kill had also increased greatly. His chances of winning the 9th match was very high, and he might even be able to advance to the 10th match. Win the 9th match! Dongbua Shui-ing exclaimed. In the past 10,000 years, the strongest was probably the 9th match. Even though his primordial bloodline was ordinary, he was still able to win the 9th match. How dazzling would he be? If he were to win the 10th match, it would be even more shocking. This is the first time I will be able to reveal myself in front of all the transcendents of the human race. Dongbua Shui-ing thought, naturally, I have to give it my all. I have to give it my all. The more monstrous he was, the more importance the infernal palace would place on him. Based on his understanding of the history of the Xia people, the Xia people had always met with all sorts of dangers. Thus, if he was monstrous enough, he would receive better protection and nurture. Furthermore, if anyone wanted to place a bounty on him, the bounty given by the Bloodshed Tavern would be even more exaggerated. In any case, the more monstrous his performance was, the more benefits he would receive. And I will guarantee the 9th and charge to the 10th. Dongbua Shui-ing thought, I am really looking forward to it. Dongbua Shueing had been very calm throughout the entire transcendent life and death battle. However, he had a sense of mischief in him. He was looking forward to seeing the dumbfounded transcendence. Very soon, Dongbua Shueing entered the arena once again. Standing in the arena, Dongbua Shueing was extremely calm. He raised his head and looked at the transcendence in the eastern viewing area. He also saw Qiu Qi Bai, Peng Shan, and the other transcendents from Anyang. All of them were smiling at Dongbua Shueing, and some even raised their fists. I will give all of you a huge surprise. Dongbua Shueing sensed the heaven and earth, enveloping the entire arena. After reaching the second level in his realm of myriad existences, Dongbua Shueing's confidence grew. Chapter 121. Dong! A heavy drum sound resounded. A huge figure descended from the sky. It was a 10-meter tall black ape. The black ape carried a long sledgehammer in its hand. The sledgehammer was also over 10 meters long, a transcendent refiner organism. Dongbua Shueing muttered to himself. The first match of every round was relatively safe, regardless of whether it was Gong Liang Yuan's battle chi clone. The refiner organism in front of him would at most heavily injure Dongbua Shueing, but not take his life. However, the 8th and 9th matches were all life and death matches. Although it was relatively safe, the difficulty was very high. It wasn't easy for the battle chi clone to win. This refiner organism was even more difficult. Ho! The black ape rushed over with large strides, brandishing its long-handled sledgehammer. Just looking at its might, one could tell that it was extremely terrifying. Dongbua Shueing also activated his power bloodline in an instant. A faint, blood-red aura rose as he faced it head-on. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged tens of blows. At the same time, Dongbua Shueing felt helpless. This transcendent refiner organism is extremely strong and indestructible. Profound mystery of water, I can't win. The profound mystery of water spear technique was too soft and not fierce enough. Even when he used his power burst, he couldn't even shake this powerful, transcendent refiner organism. Boom! Surging flames instantly spread out. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and the formless pressure of the flames also enveloped the transcendent refiner organism. The second level of myriad existences. The transcendents who were watching the battle stood up in shock, including the few demigods who were high up in the air. Fall! Dongbua Shueing's battle techniques were obviously far superior to a refiner organism. His figure flickered, and his spear swept horizontally, bringing with it the surging flames as it swept towards the left knee joint of the black ape. Instantly, the black ape's body tilted. Dongbua Shueing then leapt up and fiercely slashed with his spear, directly striking the black ape's face. Pung! The black ape was directly struck to the ground. As a refiner organism, its battle techniques were far from a human transcendent. However, its indestructible body and powerful strength made it very difficult to defeat. Soft and strange attacks were meaningless to it. Only a powerful attack could hurt it. He actually won. City, Lord Bu's pair of beautiful eyes faintly flickered with a red light. Looking down the corner of her mouth slightly rose. I never thought that this little guy would actually reach the second level of the realms of myriad existences. How old is he? Si Kong, congratulations. Mountain Lord, he said from the side. Ha! Abidine Si Kong Young laughed and said modestly, he is still very young. He is good now, but it doesn't mean he will be good in the future. Mountain Lord, he indifferently said. To be able to reach the second level of myriad existences in such a short amount of time, stepping into the saint realm shouldn't be a problem. If I can't become a demigod, it's just fun, Si Kong Yang said casually. Demigods were the true overlords of this world. The demigods had decided who this world belonged to. Humans had always had the advantage, so this world was ruled by humans. Of course, Saint Tier Transcendence and Sky Tier Transcendence still had hope. Only the most outstanding among them had a chance of becoming a demigod. Thus, the Infernal Palace allowed these Sky Tier Transcendents to go through life and death tempering. Saint Realm Transcendents also had to go to various small worlds and even large worlds to adventure. This allowed more demigods to emerge among them. Dongbua Shui Ing also understood this simple logic. Thus, he wanted to display his brilliance in the transcendent battle of life and death. As long as his brilliance was dazzling enough, the Infernal Palace would pay attention to him and nurture him. His chances of dying on the path of transcendence would also be lower. After all, many Sky-tier transcendents died in the infernal world. Those who truly died of old age were few and far between. Dong! A heavy drum sound rang out. The 8th match had begun. Countless mortals watched nervously and excitedly. The eighth match is coming. I've lived in the Xia capital for more than 80 years and have watched the transcendent battle of life and death many times. Yet, I've never seen the 8th match. I've never seen it either. This Lord Dongbua Shuiing is very young, but he actually made it to the 8th match. The mortals discussed in low voices as they watched nervously. They wanted to see Dongbua Shuiying's opponent in the 8th match. While they were excited and nervous, the Transcendents were also watching seriously. Many of them were standing to watch. Who? A beautiful figure descended from the sky. It was a 4 to 5 meter tall, beautiful golden peacock. However, the eyes of the peacock were blood red. This was the legendary golden magic peacock. It was an extremely powerful demonic beast and was usually a rank 6 demonic beast. And this golden magic peacock had already broken through to the transcendent realm and possessed the strength of a peak sky tier demon peacock. The opponent in the 8th match is a transcendent beast. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself. The 7th match was against a transcendent refiner organism which had a very low level of danger. The 8th match was against a transcendent beast which was captured by a human. The beast clan and the human clan had been fighting for countless years. Both sides had massacred each other on a large scale. The hatred between the two clans could not be dispelled. The 9th match was against a legendary abyss demon, a demon which had been captured alive by a human. Because there were too few demons that were captured alive, it was decided to be the 9th match. Many demigods would not be able to witness the 9th match of the transcendent battle of life and death. After all, only by winning 8 matches would one have the qualifications to start the 9th match. After killing this transcendent beast, the 9th match will be against the demon. Dongbua Shuiying was looking forward to it. You are only a middle phase sky tier. You humans are only a demigod, and you think I am your opponent? The golden magic peacock's voice was very sharp. Her long and narrow blood red eyes stared at Dongbua Shuiying. As she spoke, she observed carefully. The intelligence of the beast clan was not inferior to that of humans. She was trying her best to find a flaw in Dongbua Shuiying's defense. Hong! Endless blazing flames enveloped the area. The power of the flames suppressed the golden magic peacock. The golden magic peacock's body was surrounded by a layer of golden light, isolating all the flames. However, she was secretly shocked. It was obvious that this human's realm was higher than hers. She was only at the first level of myriad existences. She watched from afar, but did not take the initiative to attack. Take this! Dongbua Shuiying took the initiative to attack. He had to kill his opponent in order to win. Since his opponent was not moving, he would kill his way over. Who? His figure flashed and appeared beside the golden magic peacock. His power bloodline was instantly activated. At this point in time, he had to use his power bloodline in every battle, because if he let his guard down a little, he might lose his life during the battle. A spear shadow that was like a dragon pierced towards his opponent. Schwa! The golden magic peacock's Wings flapped. Her figure fluttered, and she actually dodged the spear. So fast! Dongbua Shueing was secretly shocked. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The spear moved like a phantom, bringing along the profound mystery of the water of myriad existences. Mainly, this spear art was more suitable for defense. However, the power was weaker, and the speed was slower as well. The golden magic peacock moved erratically. Her figure changed unpredictably. His own spear art was actually unable to hit her. "Your spear is too slow," the golden magic peacock said with a sharp voice. At the same time, she instantly closed in. She flapped her wings fiercely. The edges of her wings were flowing with golden light. Like sharp blades, she slashed over. Dongbua Shueing instantly gathered his mana. His spear was covered in flames as he swept it horizontally. Pung! The sweeping spear and the wings clashed. The golden magic peacock was only sent flying backwards. Her flying posture was still erratic. Not a single feather on her body was damaged. The 8th match is so difficult. Dongbua Shueing was slightly shocked. It was harder than he had expected. The feathers on this golden magic peacock's body are too tough. Attacking it is useless. I can only rely on my spear to stab it. Perhaps I might be able to pierce through its feathers and kill it. Chapter 122. The golden magic peacock's movements were erratic. The edges of its wings were as sharp as blades, and its hook-like claws were like curved blades. The profound mystery of the water of myriad creations was too slow, and it was completely useless. Thus, Dongbua Shueing decided to use the profound mystery of fire that had reached the 2nd level of the realms of myriad creations. It was ferocious and violent, and its spear arts were even faster and more ferocious. Hung! 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 The spear was either slashing, whipping, or piercing. It was as fast as lightning as it engaged in close combat with the golden magic peacock. When the spear pierced the golden magic peacock's wings, feathers would fly everywhere and wounds would appear. However, the golden magic peacock didn't care about wounds of this degree. She continued to fight in close combat, flapping her wings and attacking with her claws. Even if she suffered some minor injuries, she still wanted to kill the human in front of her. I've already used the profound mystery of fire of myriad creations and activated my power bloodline. Yet I only managed to pierce through its feathers and injure it lightly? Dongbua Shueing was speechless. He finally understood the difficulty of the 8th match. It was no wonder that Qi Qiubai, who didn't have a primordial bloodline, was defeated in the 7th match. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the sounds of battle, 2 wounds appeared on Shueing's body, caused by the golden light blades that had left his body. He had never thought that the golden light on the surface of the magic golden peacock could leave its body. Fortunately, its attack power was weak. After piercing through the Do Qi and facing Dongbua Shueing's powerful body, it only managed to leave a few shallow wounds. Dongbua Shueing only had 2 wounds, while the golden magic peacock had dozens of wounds. However, it was obvious that she was more valiant. To her huge body, these small wounds were not worth mentioning. Just once. As long as my wings or claws touch him once, his body will be torn apart. The golden magic peacock desired to win, because only by winning could she regain her freedom. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Be it the countless mortals or transcendents, they were all watching carefully. It was extremely rare for a newly advanced transcendent to reach the 8th match. I can't let this go on. Dongbua Shueing's expression changed. My stamina has already been depleted by more than half. I still need to prepare for the 9th match. According to the rules, the 9th round would follow after the 8th round. The power bloodline's activation consumed a lot of stamina. Although his physical strength had increased a lot after he became a transcendent, he couldn't hold on for too long. He had to conserve his strength for the 9th match. Although this kind of intense battle was a rare opportunity to hone his spear skills, The ninth match's opponent was the legendary Abyssal Demon. Dongbua Shui-ing really wanted to take a look at it. Hua! Two gigantic claws that were more than 1 meter long swiped at him again. They were as fast as phantoms and extremely ghostly. Buzz! The spear in Dongbua Shui-ing's hand moved. The spear rotated in an astonishing arc, and the violent rotation surpassed any of his previous moves. As it rotated, it created a strong flow of water around it. The rotational force of the spear shaft was like a vortex that continuously gathered towards the center, which was the tip of the spear. The entire spear revolved around the water, and when it pierced forward, it was like a flood dragon emerging from the water. Furthermore, the rotational force had completely changed from extreme yin to extreme yang. The flood dragon that emerged from the water transformed into a fire dragon. Boom! The moment one of the claws came into contact with the spear, it felt an extremely strange rotational force that easily deflected the claws. The spear instantly pierced into the demonic golden peacock's abdomen. The layers of tough feathers on her body were instantly pierced through, and the spear that was more than 1 meter long had completely pierced into her body. Dongbua Shui-ing's ultimate move, Water and Fire Flood Dragon Strike. Boom! The transcendent Do Chi within the spear also exploded within the demonic golden peacock's body. Following that, Dongbua Shui-ing immediately pulled out his spear and retreated to prevent the demonic golden peacock's crazy counterattack. He pulled out his spear and retreated. The demonic golden peacock staggered and fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound on her abdomen. Her blood-red eyes were filled with madness and disbelief. You, how could you? Die! She was severely injured, and she knew that she had to kill this human as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer she waited, the more serious her injuries would be, and she would definitely die. This was because her injuries this time were too severe. Fortunately, she was a transcendent demon beast, and her body was extremely strong. Once again, she attacked in a frenzy. Shui-ing, on the other hand, floated backwards. Occasionally, he would casually use his spear to parry the incoming attacks. After delaying for 2 breaths of time, the injuries of the magic golden light peacock worsened. Even its combat power was rapidly declining. Shui-ing did not even need to display the Water and Fire Flood Dragon attack. Instead, with just a casual strike, the heavily injured magic golden light peacock did not even have the time to parry the attack before it was struck on its head. Bang! The heavy strike landed on her head. There were fewer feathers here, and it was her true weakness. This strike caused her brain to turn into mush, and blood flowed out from her nose and ears. Immediately, she fell to the ground. Her wings twitched a few times before she stopped moving. The demonic golden peacock was dead. 8th match, victory. This is... When Shui-ing displayed his killing move, Water and Fire Flood Dragon Attack, instantly heavily injuring the magic golden peacock, those powerful demigods watching the battle from the east were truly startled. Even the cold and indifferent number 1 killing god, Old Granny, or the stronger city, Lord Bu, all of them stared at Dongbua Shui-ing in shock. Did you guys see that spear just now? City, Lord Bu watched carefully. I saw it. Faction head Si Kongyang's eyes were filled with joy. It's a move that fuses the profound mysteries of water and fire. Mountain Lord, he said. Not only did he fuse it, he was also able to use it so perfectly. Impressive. At such a young age, he's able to fuse the profound mysteries of water and fire, and even use it in battle. It can be said that this young man will definitely comprehend the true meaning of water and fire in the future. Truly an impressive young man. City Lord Bu looked at Si Kongyang with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. It's a pity that you, Si Kongyang, have earned it. Ha ha ha. Si Kongyang's laughter was clear and bright. True meaning of water and fire. This was an extremely powerful true meaning. Although it couldn't compare to the true meaning of space cleavage, it was still ranked at the top. In order to comprehend the true meaning of water and fire, one would need to comprehend both the profound mysteries of water and fire. The hardest part was to fuse the two profound mysteries into one. Only then would one be able to comprehend the true meaning of water and fire. Fusing different profound mysteries was the most difficult, and the first step was the most important. Dongbua Shueing was able to take this first step at such a young age. He still had a long time ahead of him. With this level of comprehension, comprehending the true meaning of water and fire was practically a done deal. Perhaps the true meaning of water and fire isn't his final limit. Who knows? He might be able to comprehend the legendary true meaning of yin yang. Mountain Lord, he laughed. Don't think so far ahead. Comprehending the true meaning of water and fire is already not bad, Si Kongyang said. True meaning of yin yang? That was a legendary true meaning that was above the true meaning of space cleavage. This true meaning, from the birth of the Xia people until now, not a single person was able to comprehend it. The reason why they knew of the true meaning of yin yang was because of the large amount of cultivation information passed down from the deity world. It recorded this extremely powerful and heaven-defying true meaning. The profound mysteries of water and fire, the profound mysteries of hardness and gentleness, the pure profound mysteries of extreme yang, or even the profound mysteries of extreme yin, all of them had the hope to develop further and evolve into the true meaning of yin yang. However, it was just a hope. Not a single person from the Xia people had ever achieved it. Thus, Si Kongyang and Mountain Lord, he could only say this. To be able to comprehend the true meaning of water and fire, they were already very satisfied with Dongbua Shueing. That's right. This Dongbua Shueing won the 8th match. Isn't the 9th match about to begin? City, Lord Bu suddenly raised her eyebrows and smiled. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Her smile was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Speaking of which, Mountain Lord Si Kongyang, we haven't seen the 9th match yet, right? Mountain Lord and Si Kongyang were speechless. The 9th match of the transcendent battle of life and death? They really hadn't seen it before, because winning the 8th match was simply too difficult. Dongbua Shueing was not only at the second level of the realms of myriad existences, he also had a primordial bloodline. Furthermore, he had fused the profound mysteries of water and fire together and grasped the water and fire flood dragon attack. The last time the 9th match was 2,000 years ago. Only old Madame Yi and the rest have seen it. Mountain Lord, he smiled, we indeed haven't seen it before. Who would have thought that we would have the chance to see the 9th match of the transcendent battle of life and death? Dong! Following the sound of a drum. Everyone, the opponent for the 9th match, will be an abyss demon. Because of the lack of preparation, the infernal palace will need an hour to prepare. Everyone can rest for an hour. After an hour, the 9th match will begin. Let me say one more thing. Our infernal palace hall of life and death has not held the 9th match for 2,300 years. Everyone should thank Dongbua Shueing for giving us the chance to see a living abyss demon. The voice of the Infernal Palace's emissary carried a hint of happiness. Chapter 123. A living abyss demon? Not to mention the mortals who were about to go crazy. Even the transcendents were in an uproar. Quick, quick, come to the Hall of Life and Death. It's going to be the 9th match soon. There's still an hour before the 9th match of the transcendent battle of life and death. The 9th match is the Abyss Demon. Only an hour left. Although more than half of the transcendents had arrived, there were still a few who were either adventuring, training in seclusion, or too lazy to come. In short, there were still many transcendents who had yet to arrive. The transcendents who were present began to spread the news. Other than the high and mighty demigods, the majority of the transcendents had never seen a demon before. In their entire lives, there were many who had never seen a demon before. Although in some stories and legends, there would be mention of the Abyss Demon, In reality, the Abyss Demon was a type of transcendent life form that came from the Abyss Demon. The Abyss Demon was faintly connected to countless material worlds. Occasionally, a spatial ripple would form a spatial tunnel, allowing a large number of Abyss Demons to enter. Since ancient times, the invasion of the Abyss Demon had occurred frequently, but the interval between each invasion was irregular. Sometimes it would occur 8 to 10 times in 10,000 years, and sometimes not even once in 10,000 years. The shortest lifespan of a transcendent was 800 years, and the longest was 3,000 years for a demigod. Thus, it was very normal for a transcendent to have never seen a demon before. I'm really sorry I won again. Old man Chao Ching crossed his legs and proudly picked up a large green fruit and took a big bite. Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Old Madam Yi harumphed. Sigh, another 50,000 kilograms of origin stones. I'm so happy. Chao Ching nibbled on the fruit and looked at the back of Dongbua Shuiing, who was walking barefoot to the side door to rest. The smile on his face grew wider. Our Water Taoist faction's young lad is really not bad. At such a young age, he has already started to fuse the profound mysteries of water and fire, and even created a spear technique. The true meaning of water and fire shouldn't be a problem. Look at how proud you are. Old Madam Yi curled her lips. She was still very calm. Anyway, she was already close to the end of her lifespan, so she didn't care much about origin stones. For this Dongbua Shuiing, I'm going to suggest to open a meeting of elders. Chao Ching suddenly said. Open a meeting of elders? Old Madam, you looked at him in shock. Little brother Snow Eagle, well fought, beautifully fought, wah-ha. The group of transcendents from Tranquil Sun Province were eating and drinking happily, especially Chungling Shu. Chungling Shu's name had the word Shu in it, but at this moment she didn't look like a lady at all, nor did she have the calmness of a female magician. Instead, he was the most carefree and cheerful, because she had won the bet. She went to place a bet on the transcendent battle of life and death. The normal odds were too low, but the odds of at least 7 matches were very high. That was why she took the gamble. Those who dared to set the odds had also gathered detailed information about Dongbua Shuiing. They had even gathered all sorts of information about Dongbua Shuiing since he was young. They had even asked a demigod to comment on it. The banker also believed that Dongbua Shuiing's primordial bloodline was very ordinary, so the possibility of him winning 6 rounds was relatively low. Old Madam Yi had bet with Chao Ching that Dongbua Shuiing would not be able to win 6 rounds. As for winning 7 matches, the probability was extremely low. Little sisterling Shu must have earned quite a bit this time. You must treat us to a good meal. Peng Shan teased. It's just a few 100 kilograms of origin stones. It's not much, not much. Chungling Shu was very pleased. What do I count for? Little brother Snow Eagle earned more. The more times you win the transcendent battle of life and death, the more contribution points you earn. If you want to rip off a rich person, you should rip off little brother Snow Eagle. It's going to be the 9th match soon. Chiu Chi Bai smiled, making the Infernal Palace bring out a live Abyss Demon. I'm afraid those old fellows of the Infernal Palace will feel heartache. I've never seen an Abyss Demon before. Zi Che Gufeng, Hairu Zhen, and the rest were all looking forward to it. They were transcendent mages, and were very interested in researching the Abyss Demon. It was a pity that they, as Sky Realm transcendent mages, did not have the qualifications to meet an Abyss Demon. Almost all the transcendents were discussing the Abyss Demon that was about to appear. Most of them were excited and looking forward to it. Abyss Demon. I've only seen detailed introductions of Abyss Demons in books. Our Xia people's world has not been invaded by Abyss Demons for over 8,000 years. The Infernal Palace is actually willing to bring out a living Abyss Demon. TSK, 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 a newly advanced transcendent has already reached the 9th match. No matter how reluctant they are, they still have to bring it out. Everyone was looking forward to it. Abyss demons were transcendent life forms from the dark abyss. They were even more unique than the primordial life forms. At the same level, abyss demons were stronger than the primordial life forms. The dark abyss was an enemy of the entire deity world. For example, the demonic faction worshipped a demonic god from the dark abyss. That powerful demonic god clearly knew that the temple of the earth god occupied the faith of the Xia people's world. Yet he still dared to snatch the souls and faith of the temple of the earth god. Clearly, he did not care about the deity world's great power behind the temple of the earth god. The demonic faction even bestowed deity ranked secret techniques and methods to increase one's strength. This was why many transcendents were attracted to them. As different life forms, their lifespans were also different. Some transcendent beasts had extremely long lifespans, and so did the abyss demons. 8,000 years ago, when the abyss demons invaded, some of the weaker ones were captured alive and kept in captivity. The demigod, transcendent mages, had the opportunity to study them. Some of the abyss demons died of old age. Some were tortured to death by the research. Some were still alive and even gave birth to children. Their children would grow up and become transcendents on their own. Thus, the Infernal Palace kept a small number of abyss demons in captivity for research. However, the transcendent mages had to use them sparingly. Ordinary transcendents had no chance of seeing them. Long ago, the first 12 matches of the transcendent battle of life and death had already been decided. The 9th match would be a demon. This had already become a custom. As time went on, the Infernal Palace would bring out rarer and rarer opponents. Time ticked by. Even the transcendents felt that time was running out. In this half an hour, new transcendents rushed over. There were even some demigods guarding their nests who sent out a chi avatar to watch. To the demigods, since it was already the 9th match, this transcendent battle of life and death was interesting and worth watching. The demon was locked up in the Infernal Palace. Capturing one was a piece of cake. However, the Infernal Palace purposely allowed the battle of life and death to rest for half an hour so that some transcendents could rush over. Of course, those who were too far away would not be able to make it in time. Dong Bo Shui Ing exhaled a breath. When he was young, he would often dream of moving unhindered in all directions, of killing demons, and even drinking with the deities. Who would have thought that after 20 years, he would actually have to fight with demons? Demon, let me see how powerful you are. You actually have such a great reputation, causing countless humans to fear you. Dongbo Shui Ing walked barefooted, wearing a black robe, and directly walked out from the side door in the corner. He stepped into the arena. The scene of the battle was still as beautiful as before. Within a radius of 3 to 4 li, only Dongbo Shui Ing was present. Countless mortals beside him were cheering loudly. Their cheers were like waves that shook the entire hall of life and death. They were cheering for Dongbo Shui Ing. They were also incomparably excited because they were about to see the legendary demon. Dong, following the sound of a drum. Everyone, the opponent for the 9th match is a demon from the dark abyss. The Infernal Palace's emissary's voice resounded throughout the Hall of Life and Death. The Hall of Life and Death was completely silent. Dongbo Shui Ing was also holding onto a spear as he watched silently. Although he had many thoughts in his mind, since the battle was about to begin, there was only one thought in his mind: kill the demon. Who? Following the fluctuation of space, a figure descended from above. At this moment, all the mortals and transcendents had their eyes on the figure. Dongbo Shui Ing also raised his head and stared at the figure that was descending slowly. Chapter 124. The slowly descending figure naturally emitted a surging and terrifying black aura. This black aura represented the most negative aura, containing all darkness, violence, destruction, desire, and so on. As a transcendent expert, Dongbo Shui Ing's willpower was also extraordinary, but he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear towards this aura. This was an instinct of life. The dark abyss was the ultimate place of destruction and darkness. As a transcendent life form of the dark abyss, the devil naturally carried this terrifying aura. This aura was also known as the devil aura by humans. Dongbua Shui quickly suppressed that trace of fear and maintained his calm. This is a devil. Dongbua Shui carefully observed the appearance of the devil. In the center of the dark aura was a strong humanoid creature about 2 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with a layer of dark purple scales, and there were even 2 purple spiraled, curved horns on its head. The most eye-catching thing was that it had a total of 4 arms. The arms were thick and strong, and the fingers were covered with thick scales and sharp nails that were not inferior to divine weapons. 4 arms. Dongbua Shui thought to himself, it should be an expert in close combat. This is a devil. This is an abyss devil. The battlegrounds array completely isolated all auras. The terrifying aura emitted by the devil inside the battleground could not be touched by the array at all. However, countless mortals felt an inexplicable sense of fear just by looking at it from afar. Actually, the distance was very far and their eyesight was also average. In their eyes, the figure of the devil was very small. However, they could not suppress the fear. Their legs became weak, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably as their hearts tightened. Does an abyss devil look like this? I heard that almost all devils have scales, and the defense of the scales is very strong. Seems like it. Look, that devil has a pair of horns. It is called devil's horns, and most devils have horns. The transcendent experts were isolated by the array, so they were not afraid. They looked curiously, and then compared it with some of the information they knew. Everyone was discussing it, and it was obvious that they were quite excited. Almost all of them were seeing an abyss devil for the first time. Demon Lavda looked at the barefooted, black-clothed young man standing in front of him. He carefully observed him. He was very clear that when facing any prey, he had to carefully observe them to find their weakness, and then kill them with one strike. This is a rare opportunity for me. As long as I can win, I can have 1,000 years of leisure. Demon Lavda was full of desire. From the day he was born, he had been raised in captivity by humans. Humans captured a group of demons, and a very small number of those demons gave birth to children. Demon Lavda was born to this day to cooperate with all kinds of experiments. Those transcendent mages cut its flesh again and again to study it. That kind of torture was something that it could not escape from. He hates humans. However, humans showed no mercy to demons like them. The transcendent battle of life and death was probably what these captive demons desired the most. As long as they won, humans would not harm them for 1,000 years. He was a newborn demon, so his strength was relatively weak. That was why he was chosen to be Dongbua Shuiying's opponent. Those old demons, even those that came from the dark abyss, were all experienced, cunning, and powerful. They were simply not suitable to be Dongbua Shuiying's opponents. Damn humans, this is a rare opportunity. Even if I kill this human, I won't be punished. Demon Lavda was full of resentment. His bloodline filled him with the desire to slaughter. Any demon was like this. They grew up in the midst of slaughter. The desire in his bloodline and the torture of humans caused his resentment to be extremely heavy. Dongbua Shuiying and Demon Lavda confronted each other for several breaths of time. Finally, Dongbua Shuiying made the first move. Boom! Under the shroud of endless flames. After reaching the second level of the realm of myriad existences, the temperature of the flames became even more terrifying. The pressure of the flames also reached 100,000 Jin, suppressing Demon Lavda. The surrounding air distorted. Those mortals and transcendents who were watching the battle saw the scene become somewhat distorted. Just this bit of flames. Demon Lavda's sharp nails lightly scratched the surrounding flames. A trace of disdain could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, his ice-cold eyes looked towards Dongbua Shuiying. Shua. He suddenly moved, directly charging towards Dongbua Shuiying. Without any warning, he suddenly pounced over. For a moment, all the Transcendents who were watching the battle were watching nervously. Almost none of them had seen an abyss demon before, let alone fighting against one. Everyone wanted to see how powerful this demon was. Come at me. Dongbua Shuiying's fighting intent had long been boiling. Seeing that the opponent was charging towards him, he did not hesitate to activate his power bloodline. At the same time, he welcomed the attack with his spear as fast as lightning. The tip of the spear was like thunder and fire, piercing towards the demon's face. Pow! Demon Labda's 4 arms were like layers of defense. Just one of his palms slapped on the tip of the spear and was able to push back Dongbua Shuiying. After receiving the spear, Demon Labda's figure only slightly trembled. His strength is stronger than mine, around 50% stronger. Dongbua Shuiying immediately made a judgment in his heart. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Both sides quickly exchanged blows. The long spear danced in the air. Whether it was attacking or defending, not a single drop of water could escape. Demon Labda's 4 arms also attacked again and again. It was indeed worthy of being an expert in killing. Although it had not reached the realm of myriad existences, its techniques were extremely perfect. Even the structure of its 4 arms and claws were extremely suitable for killing. The claws could be used to grab and slash like a blade. Chop! It could also be used as a hook to hook onto something. It could even be used to block weapons. The 4 arms attacked at the same time. Fortunately, Dongbua Shuiying's long spear had an intense rotation, making it unpredictable. Therefore, his weapon was not blocked by the opponent. After exchanging over 10 blows, Dongbua Shuiying and Demon Labda had a rough understanding of their opponent. The two of them did not use their full strength. They were extremely cautious and wanted to figure out their opponent's methods first. After all, killing moves could only be used at crucial moments or very sudden moments. Only then would the effects be better. Killing in one blow was what they were after. Otherwise, if they used it and missed, then the opponent would definitely be on guard. If they wanted to use the killing move to kill the opponent, the difficulty would increase sharply. Bang! The long spear was as fast as a flood dragon, heading straight for Demon Labda's head. The demon immediately dodged to the side, wanting to get close and engage in close combat. Scram! When Dongbua Shuiying's spear missed, he immediately exerted his strength and furiously swept towards the left. The long spear carried a ferocious might of flames. This sweep was like a fan shape covering an extremely wide area. Demon Labda had no choice but to immediately retreat to create some distance. With a punk sound, the long spear swept towards a huge rock beside Demon Labda. The scenery of the mountain range in the battlefield was refined and incomparably tough. No matter how fierce the battle between Dongbua Shuiying and the others was, they were not damaged in the slightest. When the long spear swept towards the huge rock, it produced an astonishing rebound force, causing the spear shaft to bend. Bang! With the help of the terrifying rebound force from the huge rock, Dongbua Shuiying immediately moved forward and once again swept towards Demon Labda. This time, with the help of the rebound force, the long spear swept suddenly and very fast. Demon Labda didn't have enough time to resist and was ruthlessly whipped by the long spear on the right side of his body. With a bang sound, Demon Labda was sent flying to the side. At the same time, purple blood flowed out from the demon's mouth and nose under the impact of the sweep. Although this sweep didn't damage the scales, the impact was too strong. The moment Demon Labda was sent flying, Dongbua Shuiying immediately dashed forward at high speed, catching up to Demon Labda. Taking advantage of the momentum, Dongbua Shuiying raised the long spear with both hands and furiously chopped down. The power was equally ferocious. Although Demon Labda vomited blood and was sent flying, he was still prepared to resist the black-clothed youth's pursuit. He raised his 4 arms at the same time to resist the long spear. Boom! The long spear chopped down. Demon Labda's body was tyrannical. His forearms were almost undamaged, but he was still fiercely smashed into the mountain rocks on the ground. The mountain rocks were indestructible. The impact caused his internal organs to tremble and his blood to boil. Die. Shui-ing chased after him. He continued chasing after him. Demon Labda fell to the ground and could only hurriedly climb up, wanting to put some distance between them. But since he had the advantage, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill this demon in one fell swoop. Dongbua Shui-ing thrust his long spear at the same time Demon Labda hurriedly climbed up and retreated. The long spear's arc was astonishing. It carried an extremely frightening rotation. The rotation brought along a stream of water. The rotational force unceasingly gathered at the tip of the spear. When it gathered at the tip of the spear, countless rotational forces converged. This was the moment when the rotational force was at its most ferocious. With the most ferocious rotation, the spear turned into a fire dragon and stabbed towards Demon Labda. Killing move, water and fire flood dragon kill. So fast. Demon Labda's complexion greatly changed. He hurriedly blocked and barely managed to grab the tip of the long spear with one hand. Chi, that frightening rotational force, made Demon Labda feel that the long spear was very slippery. It easily slipped out of his hand and directly stabbed towards his chest. At this moment, a frightening penetrative force completely erupted. Like an electric drill, the spear instantly pierced through the deep purple scales on the surface of Demon Labda's body and pierced through his chest. Transcendent Do Chi passed through the long spear and instantly exploded inside Demon Labda's body. However, Demon Labda's body was also very tough. The Transcendent Do Chi was only able to destroy a part of his chest. Demon Labda seemed to have gone crazy. Not only did he not retreat, but he also wanted to get closer. The claws on his forearms were about to tear Dongbua Shui-ing apart. South! Dongbua Shui-ing instantly pulled out his spear and immediately retreated. He tried his best to pull away from Demon Labda, not giving the opponent any opportunity to counterattack. Goo. Demon Labda stood there with purple blood flowing out of his mouth, but he didn't care at all. On the left side of his chest, there was a huge hole the size of a bowl. This huge wound was torn open by Dongbua Shui-ing's long spear. His heart was completely destroyed. Chi. However, the bowl-sized hole in his chest was rapidly growing flesh and blood. He grinned at Dongbua Shui-ing and said, I wanted to find an opportunity to kill you in one fell swoop. I didn't expect that before I could find an opportunity, you would find an opportunity to injure me. However, I am a powerful abyss demon. I am not someone that you humans from the material world can compare to. Since I can't find an opportunity, there is no need for any. The surface of Demon Labda's body began to change. All the flesh and blood on his body began to shrink, and the scales on his body also began to shrink. The originally sturdy demon had actually become one size smaller. He became about 8 meters tall, and the scales on his body became long and narrow. The hole in his chest had completely healed, and the layers of scales on his body were also intact. His aura became even more berserk. What a strong recovery ability. His heart was destroyed, but he actually doesn't care? Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly surprised. Many of the transcendents in the sky also cried out in alarm. The heart was the source of chi and blood. If the heart was destroyed, ordinary transcendents would undoubtedly die. Only those who were close to undying might be able to withstand it. Of course, a true undying body would be even more heaven-defying. However, this abyss demon was only at the sky realm, but his vitality and recovery ability was actually so terrifying. It was much stronger than a transcendent native, and Dongbua Shui-ing who had awakened his primordial bloodline. If Dongbua Shui-ing suffered such an injury, he would have long been dead. Chapter 125. You're dead." Demon Labda roared ferociously. He turned into a phantom and charged towards Dongbua Shuang. "He's fast." Dongbua Shuang immediately noticed this. At the same time, Dongbua Shuang raised his spear and faced the demon head-on. "Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Don't disappoint me." Water and fire flood dragon attack. Since it was already exposed, he would go all out to kill it. Boom! Boom! The two figures instantly collided and began a fierce battle. Neither of them escaped. After his body became smaller, Demon Labda's strength did not change. However, his speed and agility had increased significantly. Even under the pressure of the flames, he was still slightly stronger than Dongbua Shuang. As for Dongbua Shuang, he used his water and fire flood dragon attack again and again. Strange! It was extremely powerful. It had completely absorbed the advantages of the profound mystery of water and fire. Furthermore, they were superimposed on each other. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strangeness or power, it had increased dramatically. Damn it! Demon Labda gritted his teeth. The spear tip slashed across one of his arms. Scales scattered and a huge wound appeared on his arm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. This human spear technique is too hard to block. Moreover, it is very powerful. Demon Labda's eyes were filled with madness. He could not block the water and fire flood dragon attack. Therefore, he simply ignored it. Even if he had to suffer some injuries, he must kill this human. Puchi! Sila! Walla! The battle between the two sides immediately became much more bloody. Demon Labda's scales were broken and wounds were everywhere. There was even a bloody hole on his body. See, although Dongbua Shuang's spear technique was profound and his defense was extremely good, under the demon's reckless close combat attack, his chest was still slashed by the demon's claws. His transcendent chi, which was only at the initial phase of Sky Realm, was easily broken. His ordinary black clothes were also torn. A large wound appeared on his chest and abdomen. The flesh was badly mangled, but these wounds were quickly recovering. Although Dongbua Shuang's recovery was far from this demon's, this kind of injury was still recovering very quickly. Countless mortals watched nervously and excitedly as the black-robed human youth fought a terrifying demon head-on. They were not at a disadvantage at all. They were also excited to see this. The black-clothed youth's shirt was already in tatters, revealing his strong upper body. His muscles were clearly defined, and there were some wounds on his body that were gradually recovering. But they would soon appear again. On the other hand, the devil's injuries were even more severe. However, the devil's recovery ability was too amazing. His injuries were obviously more severe, but he recovered much faster. The demon is being suppressed. If it wasn't for his quick recovery, he would have been killed long ago. Countless mortals watched nervously. The battle between the two of them was too fast. Only when they collided with each other could they clearly see the appearance of their bodies. In fact, many women were shy and excited when they saw Dongbua Shuang's exposed upper body. Dongbua Shuang! Jing Qiu was also watching nervously. Mountain Lord He, faction head Si Kongyang, and City Lady Bu, the three famous demigod overlord level existences, were extremely happy as they watched. The fusion of the profound mysteries of water and fire already has such power. City Lady Bu drank her wine and laughed. No wonder the true meaning of water and fire could be ranked as the fourth of the 9 grade true meanings in the deity world. True meanings could be divided into 9 grades. This was a ranking system passed down from the deity world. All of the true meanings in the material world and even the deity world were divided into grades. For example, the peak grade 1 and grade 2 true meanings were actually true meanings that only existed in legends. It was almost impossible to comprehend them. In reality, even the heaven-defying true meaning of void cleavage was only a grade 3 true meaning. It was only a grade higher than the true meaning of water and fire. In the entire world, including humans, transcendent natives, and beasts, the most heaven-defying true meaning was only a grade 3 true meaning. This was already extremely amazing. It allowed Qiu Qi Bai to kill a demigod native at the peak of the Saint Realm and defeat a human demigod overlord. The majority of those who could comprehend a true meaning, they were merely grade 9, grade 8, or grade 7. Those who could comprehend a grade 6 true meaning of water and fire were already very formidable. A grade 4 true meaning of water and fire was enough for one to look down on everyone. He has only taken the first step. To truly comprehend the true meaning of water and fire is not an easy task, Sikongyang said modestly. Ha! This Dongbua Shueing is able to take the first step at such a young age. It shouldn't be a big problem for him to comprehend the true meaning of water and fire. Mountain Lord, he laughed, the most important thing is to not stray from the path. If he strays from the path and walks on the path of the true meaning of ice and fire, he will be at a disadvantage. The true meaning of void cleavage was a branch of the true meaning of water and fire. It could only be considered a grade 5 true meaning. The true meaning of void cleavage was a branch of the legendary true meaning of space. After all, it only represented a certain aspect of space. It shouldn't be that bad. Sikongyang looked down. The profound mystery of water that Dongbua Shueing is currently using is mainly soft and strange. It doesn't have anything like ice, so he shouldn't walk on the path of the true meaning of ice and fire. Within the battleground, the battle between Dongbua Shueing and Demon Lavda was incomparably bitter. Dongbua Shueing was still paying attention to his defense, so his injuries were relatively light. The Demon Lavda only avoided some of his vital points and heavy injuries. He didn't care about those that were a level lower. Of course, the Demon Lavda did his best to avoid serious injuries, such as the bowl-sized hole on the left side of his chest, completely destroying his heart. Damn it, I can't go on like this. I can't hold on much longer. Even though Dongbua Shueing had the upper hand in the battle, he knew that things weren't looking good. The power bloodline eruption consumed a lot of stamina, making it impossible for him to prolong the battle. South, Dongbua Shueing suddenly retreated. Amen? The Demon Lavda was startled. Following that, he laughed sinisterly. Haha, you can't hold on any longer? I knew it. Even if my injuries are heavier than yours, my life force is much stronger than yours. If you continue to fight, you won't be able to win against me. Even as he said that, the Demon Lavda immediately chased after him, not giving Dongbua Shueing any chance to recover. Not good. Dongbua Shueing is in trouble. He probably can't hold on any longer after activating his primordial bloodline. Many of the Transcendents who were watching the battle from above made this judgment. The primordial bloodline had many innate abilities. Some could increase one's speed, strength, etc. For example, teleportation, the number of times it could be teleported, was also limited. Of course, the stronger one was, the more times they could teleport. Only those with the undying body didn't need to use the power bloodline eruption. Their bodies were already undying. Or perhaps controlling the energy of heaven and earth would consume very little energy. Dongbua Shueing's power bloodline eruption clearly consumed a lot of stamina. The wind was howling. The Demon Lavda chased after Dongbua Shueing, not giving Dongbua Shueing any chance to recover. I can't let him rest. I must take advantage of this opportunity to crush him and kill him. Lavda's speed was slightly faster than Dongbua Shueing. Very quickly, he caught up to Dongbua Shueing, forcing Dongbua Shueing to constantly change his direction. Hua! Very abruptly, a spear appeared in front of Lavda in an instant. Demon Lavda was immediately incomparably frightened. Too fast! Too fast! Clearly, Dongbua Shueing had made a sudden thrust. Under Demon Lavda's high-speed pursuit, Shueing suddenly twisted his body and thrust out his spear. Disregarding his falling body, Shui-ing twisted his body and thrust out his spear at the same time. The speed of the spear and Labda's high-speed running speed approached each other at a rapid speed. The tip of the spear carried a terrifying rotation as it pierced towards Labda's head. The head was definitely a vital point. No! Demon Labda was frightened and unwilling. He was unwilling to die like this. But this sudden thrust was too fast. He didn't even have the time to raise his arms to block, retreat, or even think. His life instinct, his battle instinct as a demon. This made Labda take the initiative to receive the spear tip. Pucci! One must know that the spear shaft was slanted upwards, piercing towards Labda's head. Demon Labda sped up to receive the spear. The spear tip finally pierced through Labda's collarbone and came out from his back. To Labda, this spear was too fast. To Dongbua Shui-ing, it was also too fast. Because the enemy was rushing at him at top speed, Dongbua Shui-ing didn't have enough time to change his spear thrust and pierce through Labda's collarbone. The spear carried a strong rotation and pierced a big bloody hole in the collarbone. Even the thick and sturdy scale-covered throat was partially torn open. Bang! The Do Chi contained within the spear also erupted, but the power of the transcendent Do Chi was clearly much weaker. Demon Labda, who was pierced, still rushed towards Dongbua Shui-ing at high speed, wanting to kill this damned human. As the demon rushed over, Dongbua Shui-ing didn't have enough time to pull out his spear. Who? Dongbua Shui-ing put down his spear and fled in a sorry state. A longer and thicker spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. One must know that there were a lot of weapons on the weapon rack. There were many spears of different sizes, suitable for different people. At that time, Dongbua Shui-ing had taken away the entire weapon rack. With a 2-meter-long spear pierced through his body, Demon Labda couldn't continue to chase and could only stop. Damn it! Demon Labda pulled out the spear, revealing a bloody hole in it. The bloody hole quickly healed. It healed again. Dongbua Shui-ing was anxious. This spear had been used once. It would be very difficult to use it again. Demon Labda's complexion suddenly changed. Hua! His body suddenly changed. From a thin and small body, it expanded and returned to its original sturdy appearance. However, his aura was clearly much weaker. His thin and small body was the true form of his explosive power. Dongbua Shui-ing was startled for a moment before revealing a happy expression. Haha, your body has been recovering time and time again. You have consumed too much energy and can't hold on any longer? Earlier, he had pierced through the demon's chest and destroyed its heart. With such a terrifying injury, Dongbua Shui-ing was afraid that he would die instantly. However, not only did the demon recover quickly, he even entered an explosive state. After that, he sustained a large number of more serious injuries. Even Dongbua Shui-ing's heart trembled when he saw those injuries. However, the demon was able to recover easily. This made Dongbua Shui-ing feel that this demon's vitality was too terrifying. But in reality, no matter how strong one's vitality was, there was a limit. The many injuries it had sustained had consumed a lot of its vitality. In the end, Dongbua Shui-ing's spear had heavily injured it. In order to recover, it had used up all the demonic energy in its body. Even its vitality was unable to hold on any longer, and it was forced to return to its normal form. Recovery also had a price. It wasn't unlimited, even if it was the legendary undying body. If it was destroyed time and time again, it would still die. Prepare to die. Dongbua Shui-ing held the new spear and immediately chased after it. Demon Labda immediately tried to escape in panic. However, under the suppression of the flames in its normal form, its speed was obviously inferior to Dongbua Shui-ing. Pucci! With the rapid consumption of energy, Demon Labda's strength dropped rapidly. In just 3 moves, Dongbua Shui-ing pierced through Demon Labda's head. Barefooted and bare-chested, Dongbua Shui-ing's body was covered with many shallow wounds. He was holding a spear with one hand, and the spear was pierced through Demon Labda's corpse. The 9th match, victory. Demon dead. Wow. The countless mortals who were watching the battle erupted in cheers. The cheers were so loud that it was as if the roof of the Hall of Life and Death was going to be blown away. They looked at the human youth who was holding the demon's corpse in his spear and felt extremely satisfied. These mortals would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives, let alone the mortals. Even the transcendents who were watching the battle felt their blood boiling. Most of them had never seen a demon before, let alone someone like Dongbua Shueing, who was holding a demon's corpse in his spear. Chapter 126. What? He won the 9th match? In a small city in the Dragon Mountain Empire, a sloppy old man was currently drinking wine. He was a peak saint transcendent who was undergoing asceticism because his lifespan was nearing its end, yet he was unable to break through to become a demigod. He started to panic. He knew that this kind of anxiety would not help him in breaking through to become a demigod. Hence, he decided to become an ascetic and train his mental state. He did not plan to participate in Dongbua Shueing's transcendent battle of life and death. After all, every new transcendent would participate in a transcendent battle of life and death. But now he regretted it. I did not manage to watch the 9th match against the Abyss Demon. The upcoming 10th match is a battle with a divine world warrior. The sloppy old man felt an itch in his heart. He could not wait any longer. I'm really as stupid as a pig. This Dong Bo Shueing is the youngest transcendent in the past 1,000 years. He should have been extraordinary. If only I had gone over earlier. Not only would I have been able to see the Abyss Demon, I would have been able to see the rare and precious deity warrior. It starts in 2 hours, but I will not make it in time. The sloppy old man was helpless. He could not teleport. He could only fly slowly. First, he would fly to the world gate that led to the infernal realm. That would take about 6 hours. Deity warrior. The legendary deity warrior. The sloppy old man felt his heart ache. At this moment, those transcendents who did not go to watch the battle received the news and rushed to their destination. Those who could not make it in time could only regret. Within the Hall of Life and Death in the Xia capital, the 10th match is about to begin. That's a deity warrior. Qiu Qi Bai, Peng Shan, Zi Che Gufeng, Cheng Ling Shu, Dong Yu, and the rest were all excited. The transcendent battle of life and death was a tradition of the Xia people. The further it went, the rarer and rarer the opponents. The 9th match was against the Abyss Demon. The 10th match was even more mysterious. The 11th match was even more incredible. As for the 12th match, even many demigods had not seen it before. Of course, the most powerful person in the history of the Xia people was the Purgatory Knight Jelly. He won 11 matches and was charging towards the 12th match. That was when he was forced to use his clan heirloom as his opponent. Of course, the clan heirloom restricted his strength. Let's not talk about the even more exaggerated 11th and 12th matches. The opponent for the 10th match, the deity world warrior, was a legend to many transcendents. I heard that the divine world's warrior weapon was passed down from the divine world. Zish Gufeng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Every single divinity warrior is incomparably mysterious. Some of the ancestors of the Xia people studied the divinity warriors and absorbed some of the simpler mysteries within them. Only then did they gradually create methods to refine alchemy organisms, flesh warriors, and so on. I've always dreamed of seeing a celestial warrior. Chengling Shu's voice trembled with excitement. Finally, I can see one. A deity warrior. Hai Ruzhen stroked his white beard. I never thought that I would have the chance to see a deity warrior before I die. All 3 of them were transcendent mages. Every transcendent wizard was a true scholar, a scholar who studied the nature of heaven and earth. At the same time, they also researched on the fleshy body and the soul, creating the transcendent refiner organism, the flesh warrior, the protector, and many other frightening things. The origin of these things was the deity world warrior. The number of deity world warriors in the entire Xia clan could be counted on one's fingers. Among the spectating transcendents, more and more arrived. Even overlord existences, like the demigods, rushed over with their chi clones. The chi clones of a demigod were very different from the chi clones of a saint. The chi clones of a saint could still see the flowing light under the skin, but the chi clones of a demigod could not be seen with the naked eye. In the side garden of the Hall of Life and Death, Dongbo Shui-ing was currently training his spear arts. He had long recovered his energy with the help of the Origin Stones. There's not enough time. Dongbo Shui-ing suddenly stopped. There's no hope for me to raise my profound mystery of water to the second level of the realms of myriad existences within 2 hours. Dongbo Shui-ing lightly shook his head. His profound mysteries of water and fire were similar. His profound mystery of fire was the first to reach the second level of the realms of myriad existences. As for his profound mystery of water, Dongbo Shui-ing could faintly feel it. However, 2 hours was still too short. I won the 9th match with such difficulty. I'm afraid there's no hope for me to win the 10th match. Dongbo Shui-ing laughed. Enough. I should be satisfied. In the past 10,000 years, that Dan Qingyan had only won 9 matches. Dan Qingyan's immemorial bloodline was much more heaven-defying than mine. Not only did her strength and speed increase, she was also close to being undying. Even though his immemorial bloodline was weaker, he still managed to win the 9th match. This was already something to be proud of. For the 10th match, I'll give my all and enjoy this match. That's a deity world warrior. I'm afraid even demigods would not have the chance to fight against a deity world warrior. Dongbo Shui-ing was looking forward to it. It wasn't that he was not confident. It was just that he knew his own limits. The previous match was extremely difficult. In the end, it was only because Demon Labda's life force had been depleted too much that he was able to win. Hua! The side door at the corner of the side hall opened. Dongbo Shui-ing turned around and walked barefooted, entering through the side door. The moment he entered, he was greeted with the sight of a vast battlefield. Countless mortals at the side cheered loudly, their cheers reverberating throughout the Hall of Life and Death like a tidal wave. The transcendents were all discussing, fervently, feeling incomparably excited. They were all looking forward to this battle. Dongbo Shui-ing stood beside a stream, waiting for his opponent to arrive. Haha, you old fellows are here too. Grand Elder Palace Head, you actually came as well. How rare. Mountain Lord He, Faction Head Si Kongyang, and City Lady Bu's area was very lively. Demigods arrived one after another. Although many demigods had to stay in their lair, they still rushed over with their chi avatars. Not to mention human demigods. Even native transcendents demigods came. Although the native transcendents were suppressed by the humans, there were still some native transcendents who sought refuge with the humans. They were also able to obtain some resources from the humans. There were also a few demigods among the native transcendents who sought refuge with the humans. Normally, they did not have the qualifications to come into contact with the deity world warrior, so they also rushed over to watch. The demigods were usually scattered all over the place, and they were the overlords of their respective territories. It was only the rare 10th match of the life and death battle that attracted them here. Dong! The sound of a drum resounded throughout the Hall of Life and Death. Silence reigned. Everyone was nervously watching the 10th match of the life and death battle. Even the oldest among them, Chao Qing and old Madame Yi, had never seen the 10th match of the life and death battle before. The 10th match of the life and death battle. Dongbo Shui-ying's opponent is a deity world warrior. Everyone is in for a treat. A deity world warrior is incomparably precious, and the Infernal Palace would never take it out normally. The voice of the Infernal Palace head's emissary resounded throughout the Hall of Life and Death. Look carefully, I have already sent the deity world warrior into the battlefield. Where is it? Where is it? Countless mortals stared and searched carefully. Even some of the transcendents did not discover it and began to search carefully. Within the battlefield, Dongbua Shui-ing, who was borrowing the heaven and earth energy to sense every corner of the battlefield, was the first to discover it. Pa! A droplet of water appeared out of nowhere, descending from the sky. When it was about to reach the ground, this droplet of water suddenly transformed into a 1.8 m tall man formed from water. Chapter 127. The armor of the man in front of him and the saber on his back were all formed from water. Hua! The man pulled out the saber on his back. I have suppressed my strength to a very low level. The man spoke. His voice was strangely enticing, causing even Dongbua Shui-ing's soul to tremble unstably. As long as your weapon is able to break through my saber arts and touch my body, I will automatically dissipate. Then you will win. Come. The watery man stood there, casually holding a saber in one hand. Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly taken aback. He would win as long as he touched the other party's body? But then again, it made sense. This was the legendary deity warrior, and it was said that the true strength of a deity warrior was at least at the demigod realm. Furthermore, there were many unfathomable aspects about it. If he didn't suppress his strength, he would probably be reduced to ashes in a single move. I'm already very lucky to be able to exchange blows with a deity warrior. Dongbua Shui-ing calmed himself down very quickly. Battle intent began to build up in his heart. Boom! As the raging flames engulfed the man in front of him, Dongbua Shui-ing dashed over at high speed. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man and began to attack with his spear. Chi, chi, chi! Soft sounds of collision could be heard. No matter how hard Dongbua Shui-ing tried his best and executed all of his spear arts, the man in front of him was able to block all of his attacks easily. Furthermore, the man in front of him didn't clash head-on with Dongbua Shui-ing's spear arts. Instead, his attacks were aimed at the weak points of Dongbua Shui-ing's spear arts. This made it hard for Dongbua Shui-ing to unleash the might of his spear arts. The strength of his saber is clearly very ordinary, but my spear arts are unable to exert any strength at all. Dongbua Shui-ing felt as though he had sunk into a swamp. No matter how much strength he exerted, he was unable to break free. The other party only used a saber. The strength he used was also very ordinary, but he was able to break through his spear arts easily. How did the legendary Purgatory Knight Jia Li defeat the deity warrior? Dongbua Shui-ing could not help but think. The Purgatory Knight Jia Li was the only person in the history of the Xia people to have won 11 battles. Of course, the celestial warrior that Jia Li met back then might not be the same as this one. Moreover, the Purgatory Knight Jia Li was able to win 11 matches. Apart from his primordial bloodline, his cultivation realm was also extremely high. After exchanging blows for a while, Dongbua Shui-ing understood that he would not be able to win this battle. If he had some means like teleportation, his attack might be even more sudden. However, his speed and agility were ultimately weaker. He was only slightly stronger, and his spear arts were slightly better. However, now that he had used all his spear techniques, the celestial warrior was still within a 1-meter radius. At most, it would turn its body sideways occasionally. Even if he couldn't win, Dongbua Shui-ing wasn't discouraged. This was because he had already expected it. Then enjoy yourself. Dongbua Shui-ing enjoyed this kind of battle. Although he was being suppressed and countered, this also meant that his spear arts had various weak points. If he were to immerse himself in comprehending, it would be hard for him to discover these weak points. However, this celestial warrior was able to find all these weak points. So, my spear arts actually have so many weak points. My profound mystery of water should be continuous and unending. My profound mystery of fire should be more direct. Furthermore, the explosive force should be multiple forces. The fusion of the profound mystery of water and fire should be more profound. Water and fire should be constantly revolving. Dongbua Shui quickly discovered many problems with his spear arts. For example, his profound mystery of fire, which had already reached the second level of the realms of myriad existences, was already very ferocious when it was unleashed. However, a single burst of force was not the best. Right now, it was easily countered by the celestial warrior. However, if he could unleash multiple forces, it would be like the straw that broke the camel's back. The enemy would immediately defend against the ferocious attack of the spear. But in a situation where the technique had already been used up, and when the enemy was defenseless, there would be even more ferocious attacks. 1, 2, 3. The difficulty for the enemy to defend against these attacks would immediately soar. Multiple forces should be the direction in which the profound mystery of fire should be more profound. The profound mystery of water and fire should be one. The fusion of water and fire. The rotational force of water would transform into the ferocious power of fire, and the power of fire would transform into an even more bizarre rotational force. The two forces would continuously rotate, causing their power to soar. Dongbua Shui had a vague understanding of the profound mystery of water and fire. This understanding was just a vague direction. The reason why the true meaning of water and fire was so powerful was that it could be ranked as a grade 4 true meaning. Naturally, it was extraordinary. Dongbua Shui's current water and fire flood dragon attack could only be considered as superficial. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. It was precisely because he was able to take this crucial step at such a young age that many demigods paid attention to him. They felt that after a long period of time, Dongbua Shui would definitely be able to grasp the true meaning of water and fire. It was a battle to his heart's content. Because the water warrior's strength was suppressed to a very low level, it was forced to defend. However, when Dongbua Shui tried to stop the eruption of strength, because his strength was reduced by half, the water warrior immediately attacked ferociously, almost defeating Dongbua Shui. Dongbua Shui was so frightened that he hurriedly used the eruption of strength again. Clearly, as his opponent in the 10th match, even though he specialized in defense, his attacks were strong as well. If he didn't use the eruption of strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Who? Dongbua Shui abruptly retreated, widening the distance between them. I admit defeat. Dongbua Shui shouted. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his stamina consumption was too great. He really wanted to continue fighting, but the eruption of the power bloodline consumed his stamina too quickly. He really couldn't hold on any longer and could only admit defeat. Dong! The sound of a drum reverberated throughout the Hall of Life and Death. The water warrior turned into a drop of water and disappeared into thin air. Dongbua Shui's transcendent battle of life and death has ended. The majestic voice carried a hint of laughter. To be able to witness the 10th match of the transcendent battle of life and death in my lifetime, it is my fortune. Haha! I am also very happy to be able to host this battle. All right, the doors of the Hall of Life and Death have opened. Everyone can leave now. The Hall of Life and Death will close soon. Rumble! The doors of the Hall of Life and Death slowly opened. Countless mortals cheered as they discussed amongst themselves. At the same time, they started to walk out of the Hall of Life and Death in an orderly manner. South Dongbua Shui soared into the sky, and the array didn't stop him. He directly flew towards Qiu Qi Bai, Peng Shan, and the other transcendents. Brother Snow Eagle, impressive. Peng Shan laughed. You won 9 matches, and even killed an abyss demon. You even fought against the deity world's warrior. I wonder how many transcendents are jealous of you. Brother Snow Eagle's name is now known by all the transcendents in the world. Cheng Ling Shu was also excited. Too cool. I'm afraid that after a few thousand years, the future generations will say, in the past 10,000 years, our Xia people's transcendent battle of life and death has the highest record of winning 9 matches. His name is Dongbua Shui. Ha ha ha. Dongbua Shui-ing also laughed. Winning 9 matches was enough for the new transcendents to look up to. At the very least, in the next 10,000 years, it would be frequently mentioned by the new transcendents. Only someone like the Purgatory Knight, Jelly, who managed to win 11 matches, would be able to be mentioned by the new transcendents. However, Dongbua Shui-ing didn't care too much about this. These were just empty titles. Jia Li's final achievement was only to become a demigod, and he didn't become a true god. He would have long died and turned into dust. Becoming a true god was the dream of every transcendent. Dongbua Shui-ing also yearned for it. However, a tall building starts from a flat ground. Right now, he was just a weak, newly advanced transcendent. Even among the Sky Realm transcendents, he was just a newbie. Those old Sky Realm transcendents who had cultivated for hundreds of years could easily crush him. It was only because of the transcendent battle of life and death that he was able to shine so brightly. Brother Dong Bo, a transcendent, immediately came over to greet him and chat with him. Currently, Dongbua Shui-ing was very weak. There were many Sky Realm transcendents who were stronger than him. However, everyone understood one thing. Dongbua Shui-ing was too young. The results of the transcendent battle of life and death were too monstrous. As long as there was a monstrous result in the transcendent battle of life and death, none of them would be mediocre in the future. Dongbua Shui-ing was destined to shine brightly in the future. It was almost certain that he would step into the saint rank. Naturally, many transcendents came to befriend him. After all, most of the transcendents were only Sky Realm transcendents. At another location, the bald and skinny old man, Chao Qing, suddenly transmitted his voice. His voice rang in the ears of many demigods. Everyone, this old man proposes to hold an elder meeting for Dongbua Shui-ing. Immediately, Mountain Lord He, faction head Si Kongyang, and a few other demigods turned to look at Chao Qing. I agree. Mountain Lord, he also transmitted his voice. Dongbua Shui-ing is worthy of our efforts. Finally, the curtains fell on the transcendent battle of life and death. Dongbua Shui-ing's transcendent life had just begun. There's one more thing. Today is Monday. I hope that everyone can spend a few seconds to vote for him. Thank you. ***. Chapter 128. One by one, the transcendents came over and chatted with Dongbua Shui-ing. He did not ask for anything else, but to at least get to know him. Dongbua Shui-ing did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Instead, he greeted every transcendent with a smile and chatted with them. Face was a mutual thing. If he gave others face, others would naturally give him face. Furthermore, Dongbua Shui-ing was not a cold person. Even towards Water Right's Town's Dragon Mountain Manor Lord Xian, Dongbua Shui-ing did not lose his temper just because he was stronger. Snow Eagle, you have become famous after a single battle. Winning 9 rounds of the transcendent battle of life and death is truly amazing. Let's go, let's celebrate today. Qiu Qi Bai looked at Dongbua Shui-ing with a hint of joy in his eyes. His cultivation realm was extremely high. From the water and fire flood dragon kill, he understood that Dongbua Shui-ing might be able to comprehend the true meaning of water and fire in the future. His tranquil Sun province had gained another powerful brother. Qiu Qi Bai was very happy. Right, let's celebrate. However, old brother Shui-ing will be the one treating. This time, old brother Shui-ing has earned quite a bit. That's over 2,500 kilograms of origin stones. I am so envious, Yaoblade Knight Pingshan said. 5,000 Jin. I have cultivated for 500 years, and I have yet to collect 5,000 Jin of origin stones. You only won 2 rounds that year. How can you compare to Brother Snow Eagle? I am not asking for much. I will be satisfied if I can get 5,000 Jin of origin stones. Sister Ling Shu is not saying anything. Sister Ling Shu has won a few hundred Jin of origin stones. Wu Kuei Dongyu, Baming, Zongtu, and the others said. They were all sky realm transcendents. It was extremely difficult for them to obtain 1,000 contribution points. They were indeed envious of Dongbua Shui-ing for obtaining more than 5,000 contribution points. However, Dongbua Shui-ing had obtained it with his own strength. Everyone could only admire and respect him. Treating is just a small matter. Let's go. Dongbua Shui-ing was extremely forthright. He received the news from the Infernal Palace through his communication wristband. Because he won 9 matches in a row, he received 5,110 contribution points. The group of transcendents immediately rose into the air. Just like the other transcendents, he flew out of the Hall of Life and Death. Countless mortals were slowly walking out in an orderly fashion. Among the crowd outside the Hall of Life and Death, there was a group of legend-ranked night mages. Jing Qiu was one of them. Look, that's Dongbua Shui-ing. Immediately, a legend ranker discovered Dongbua Shui-ing flying in the sky. Jing Qiu raised her head to look. She saw Dongbua Shui-ing, who was dressed in black, laughing and chatting with Qi Qiu Bai, Chengling Shu, and the rest as they soared through the skies. I'm in the crowd, and he's flying in the sky. We're in 2 different worlds. I'm afraid he didn't see me. Jing Qiu felt a little sad, but I will also become a transcendent. Jing Qiu's eyes were very bright, filled with fighting spirit. When she became a legend ranker, she was very young. Furthermore, she was a mage. Mages relied on the research and accumulation of nature to become a legend ranker. Thus, Jing Qiu was also highly regarded. It was almost certain that she would become a transcendent. Thus, many legend rankers flocked around her and flattered her. Her future was extraordinary, and she was also beautiful. Many legend rankers were chasing after her. Dongbua Shui-ing, wait until I become a transcendent. At that time, I will stand in front of you again. Jing Qiu smiled. She had some feelings for Dongbua Shui-ing. However, the time they spent together was very short. Jing Qiu's mind was still focused on magic research. On the same day, Dongbua Shui-ing and the rest booked the entire 3rd floor of a restaurant. They were celebrating and drinking to their heart's content. There were also some transcendents who were closer to Qi Qiu Bai. For example, the Knight of the Left Tan Shi. Close to 20 transcendents were gathered here. Transcendents had a much longer lifespan. If they really wanted to celebrate, it would be normal for them to drink for 3 to 5 days. The female dancers were dancing, the musicians had changed a few batches, and the maids were pouring wine for these transcendents. All kinds of rare delicacies were served to them. Some of these delicacies were even worth a rank 1 refiner weapon. In terms of enjoyment, the Xia capital was a gathering place for transcendents. It definitely had the highest level of enjoyment for the Xia people. Of course, the prerequisite was that you were willing to part with it. Dongbua Shui-ing had been in the Xia capital for half a year. Thus, he had a rough idea of the situation. For such an extravagant celebration, if one were to use gold coins, it would probably exceed 10 million gold coins. That was equivalent to more than 10 contribution points. To Dongbua Shui-ing, who had just obtained more than 5,000 contribution points, it was indeed not much. Nightfall. Dongbua Shui-ing and the rest were still celebrating. Inside the Elders' Hall of the Infernal Palace, a huge circular stone table. Surrounding the stone table were huge stone chairs. Every stone chair was emitting a strange energy wave. It was one with the energy waves emitted by the stone table. Ordinary Saint experts would feel stifled if they came here. At this moment, seated on these stone chairs were existences with extraordinary auras. This included Mountain Lord He, faction head Si Kongyang, City Lady Bu, and Chao Qing. However, Old Madam Yu was not present. Only demigods had the qualifications to become the elders of the Xia people. Furthermore, the demigods of the Temple of the Earth God and Bloodshed Tavern did not have the qualifications. This was because these two powers were loyal to the gods and were bound by the rules. As for the other transcendent organizations, they were loyal to the Xia people. The 15 elders have all gathered. On one of the stone chairs sat a black-haired old man. The space around the black-haired old man was faintly distorting. This time, Elder Chao Qing was the one who suggested the opening of this meeting of elders. Chao Qing nodded his head. The black-haired old man said, "Elder Chao Qing, you can speak directly." Although this black-haired old man was not in the top 10 of the demigod rankings, his position was very special. He was the current palace head of the Infernal Palace and was absolutely loyal to the Xia people. Within the infernal world, he was an invincible existence. This old man suggested the opening of this meeting of elders because of Dongbu Shuang. Chao Qing's shriveled face revealed a smile like a flower. You all have seen Dongbu Shuang's strength and talent. To be able to fuse the profound mysteries of water and fire at such a young age with such talent, it is very likely that he will comprehend the true meaning of water and fire. I suggest that we place him on the list of substitute elders and nurture him. Chao Qing said. I disagree. Seated on the other side, an old man emitting a faint, baleful aura said coldly, the true meaning of water and fire is only a grade for true meaning. Those who can become substitute elders usually have hopes of comprehending a grade 3 true meaning. Some even have hopes of comprehending a grade 2 true meaning. This Dongbu Shuang is still lacking, right? True meanings were divided into 9 grades. The higher one went, the greater the gap between true meanings. Grade 1 true meanings were legends among legends. For instance, the heaven-defying true meaning of black hole and true meaning of time. Grade 2 true meanings were also legendary true meanings. For instance, the true meaning of space, true meaning of yin-yang, and time stop were all grade 2 true meanings. As for grade 3 true meanings, they were much weaker. The higher one went, the smaller the gap. For instance, the gap between a grade 9 true meaning and an 8 true meaning was very small. After all, they were both low-grade true meanings. However, the gap between a grade 2 true meaning and a grade 3 true meaning was very big. The gap between a grade 3 true meaning and a grade 4 true meaning was also relatively big. He is confident of comprehending the true meaning of water and fire. Furthermore, he has hopes of improving on it, comprehending the even more profound true meaning of yin-yang. Chao Qing said, improving? That's too uncertain. Who knows, he might be even weaker, comprehending the true meaning of ice and fire. That old man emitting baleful aura sneered. All right, Elder Donghua, I know you're against it. You can shut up now. Chao Qing was so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging. The old man emitting baleful aura sneered. He did not say anything else. Chao Qing was, after all, the oldest among them. Furthermore, he was ranked in the top 10 of the demigod list. Furthermore, he had comprehended the true meaning of lightning. He had a fiery temper, and there was no need to go against him. What do the other elders think? Chao Qing looked around. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Mountain Lord Brother He, hurry up and help. I agree with what Elder Chao Qing said. Mountain Lord He smiled. On the surface, he was the number 1 expert under the heavens. He still had a lot of influence. The other elders all looked over. Like Qiu Qi Bai, he was relatively ordinary among the sky realm transcendents. However, he managed to comprehend the true meaning of void cleavage from the profound mystery of the wind of myriad existences. Mountain Lord He laughed. Dongbu Shuang is confident of comprehending a grade 4 true meaning. Who says that he won't be able to reach a higher grade in the future? Mountain Lord that's hard to say. Qiu Qi Bai might be powerful, but that doesn't mean that Dongbu Shuang will be the same. But he's still young. Mountain Lord, he said, don't forget his age. Being young also represents his potential. if he were 100 years old today and had just fused the profound mysteries of water and fire. Even though it's not bad, I wouldn't approve of him becoming a substitute elder. However, he's only 29 years old after the new year. He's too young. At that moment, many demigods present nodded their heads. Elder Chao Qing, do you have anything else to say? The black-haired old man asked. I'll say one more thing. Being able to win 9 rounds of the transcendent battle of life and death at such a young age, it shows that he's quite a good fighter. I'm an old man who's about to die. The reason why I suggested this is because I hope that I can nurture more strength for our Xia people, Chao Qing said. All right, this old man has finished speaking. The black-haired old man nodded slightly. All right, let's begin the voting. Agreed. Opposed. Agreed. Agreed. One by one, they voiced out their opinions. The list of substitute elders was extraordinary. Those who merely had a hope of comprehending a grade, 4 true, meaning were not qualified to enter. I also agree. Then, out of the 15 elders, 9 are in favor while 6 are against. With more than half in favor, Dongbua Shueing will be able to enter the list of substitute elders, the black-haired old man announced. Chapter 129. Early morning. Dongbua Shueing, Qi Qiu Bai, Peng Shan, and the rest of them flew back to their respective residences. Master. The gates of the mansion had long been opened. Housekeeper Su Qin, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, shouted happily. Behind her, there were a few maids and guards at the gates who bowed respectfully. You waited for the whole night? Dongbua Shueing asked. Of course. Housekeeper Su Qin's heart warmed. Transcendence did not really care about the servants in the mansion. There's no need to wait in the future. You don't have to pay too much attention to these empty formalities. Dongbua Shueing said as he walked into the mansion. He walked to the back garden and reclined on the reclining chair that he usually sat on. With a thought, his extraordinary fighting energy quickly expelled the alcohol in his body, and his mind became clearer. He then picked up a flat wine pot and drank a mouthful of the spiritual liquid from the stone of oceanic boundary. Instantly, his entire body, and even his soul, felt extremely refreshed and refreshed. Next up will be the time for transcendence to cultivate. Dongbua Shueing thought to himself, I have to think about it carefully. He had just become a transcendent. Transcendents had long lifespans. Sky rankers could live for 800 years. Saints could live for 1,500 years. And demigods could live for a terrifying 3,000 years. He reckoned that it wouldn't be a problem for him to step into the saint realm. He could live for at least 1,500 years. It sounded simple, but in reality it would take a very long time. Some mortals could live for hundreds of years, and transcendents who had lived for thousands of years were practically living history books to them. I'm only in my 20s. I'm still too young. Even among the sky ranks, there were a bunch of them that could crush him. I'll just follow my previous cultivation method. Continuously pursuing the pinnacle of spear arts. Aside from cultivation, I'll take on some transcendent missions. Dongbua Shueing pondered. Any new transcendent would have to complete 10 life or death missions within 10 years. Before it was completed, it was forbidden to leave the infernal world. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shueing told his family that he would only be able to return after 10 years. If it was fast, it could be done in a few years. Dongbua Shueing didn't seem to be too impatient. He had to be careful with every mission. I also need to collect some dossiers on the transcendent seniors of the Xia people's history. Perhaps there are many things I can learn from these seniors' life experiences. Dongbua Shueing thought to himself. He was someone who knew how to learn. Ever since he was young, he had read many stories about transcendence. However, those were just stories, and the amount of information they contained was too little. But now that he had become a transcendent, he could find a lot of scrolls about transcendent in history. He would not make the same mistakes that his predecessors had made. He could also learn some good cultivation methods from others. After a long time, suddenly, Dongbua Shuang. A voice came from midair, causing Dongbua Shuang to be slightly taken aback. Raising his head, he saw a yellow-robed figure standing in midair. His eyes were like lightning, staring down at Dongbua Shuang. The invisible pressure caused Dongbua Shuang to feel goosebumps in his heart. It's a demigod. Dongbua Shuang immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Dongbua Shuang pays his respects to Senior. Follow me. The yellow-robed elder spoke. Yes. Dongbua Shuang immediately flew towards the yellow-robed elder. The female attendants in the mansion below were all slightly flustered, but they didn't dare to make any noise. The yellow-robed elder didn't say anything. He only flew in front, while Dongbua Shuang followed obediently. Since a demigod was here, how would he dare to speak nonsense? One must know that there were only so many demigods in the world, and every single one of them was an overlord. Dongbua Shuang, whose heart was filled with doubts, followed the yellow-robed elder and soon arrived at the infernal palace. To the infernal palace? Dongbua Shuang was bewildered. Who? The yellow-robed elder rapidly descended, and Dongbua Shuang followed closely. They landed beside a winding corridor. That is the 100 Battles Chamber. The yellow-robed elder pointed to a completely sealed house in the distance. Dongbua Shuang, you are very young. Perhaps you might have the chance to achieve the highest achievement in the 100 Battles Chamber. Senior thinks too highly of this junior. Dongbua Shuang replied. At the same time, he looked deeply at the seemingly ancient sealed chamber. The 100 Battles Chamber was known to all transcendents. There were 100 refiner organisms in this chamber, and every single one of them had the strength of a peak sky realm cultivator. Furthermore, they were able to coordinate perfectly. The moment a transcendent expert entered, he would be surrounded and attacked. It would be difficult for him to fight one-on-one, but 100-on-1? This was a battle that would cause despair. Over 90% of sky realm transcendents would find it hard to win. However, the rewards for entering the 100 Battles Chamber were very high. Defeating 100 opponents in a one-on-one battle, 10,000 contribution points. Sky realm transcendents below the age of 60 who won would obtain 100,000 contribution points. This was an extremely exaggerated reward. To a transcendent who had a lifespan of 800 years, 60 years of age was like a mortal's childhood. To be able to pass the 100 Battles Chamber at such a young age, the difficulty was so high that it made one despair. According to Dongbua Shuang's knowledge, in the past 100,000 years, no one in the entire Xia people had achieved the highest achievement. After all, by the time they became transcendents, most of them were already over 60 years old. For example, Dongbua Shuang, who became a transcendent at the age of 28, was the youngest in the past 1,000 years. From the time he became a transcendent, he only had less than 32 years to give it his all. One must have a goal. The yellow-robed elder smiled. To win, one must have the strength of a middle-stage saint. Dongbua Shuang felt the pressure. A sky realm transcendent had to display the strength of a middle-stage saint? That was too difficult. Most of the middle-stage saint transcendents would not be able to win. The yellow-robed elder smiled faintly. However, you are still very young. You still have a chance. This junior will work hard. Dongbua Shuang muttered to himself. Was this demigod teasing him? 100 Battles Chamber. Any human sky, realm, transcendent could attempt to enter. However, they could only attempt it once every 10 years. Da-da-da! The yellow-robed elder walked along the corridor, while Dongbua Shuang followed behind him obediently. They walked around the gigantic infernal palace for a while. Finally, they arrived in front of a short mountain. The mountain was only about 200 meters tall. There was a waterfall cascading down from the mountain, forming a curved lake. In the future, when you come here, just follow the path that I brought you here today. If you were to forcefully fly around the infernal palace, you would get lost in the chaotic space. The yellow-robed elder said, "Come, let's go in." Only then did he fly towards the waterfall. Dongbua, Shui Ing obediently followed behind him. Hua! The moment his body came into contact with the waterfall, although the water touched his body, the space around him started to distort. Dongbua, Shui Ing felt the scenery in front of him changing. After that, his eyes lit up. In front of him was a vast space. There were mountains and white clouds floating in the distance. So beautiful! Dongbua Shui Ing was shocked. He didn't expect the infernal palace to hide such a huge space. He had never heard of it before. In the memoirs of Sea Deity Palace's Elder Leizhen, as well as his conversations with other transcendents, he didn't know that the infernal palace hid such a huge space. The infernal palace is the clan's treasure. There are many mysteries within. The yellow-robed elder laughed. Dongbua Shuang, for the next 100 years or even longer, you will be cultivating here. Ah, I will be cultivating here? Dongbua Shuang was a little shocked. Yes, because of Elder Chao Qing's suggestion, our Xia People's Elders Assembly had a vote. You are a substitute elder, which is why you are able to come here. The yellow-robed elder laughed. My name is Gong Yu. I am one of your teachers. You can address me as Master Gong. Dongbua Shuang was a little stunned. Senior Chao Qing? Xia People's Elders Assembly? He was a substitute elder? The first chapter was over. The second chapter was about to end. Chapter 130. What's going on? Dongbua Shuang could not help but ask. The substitute elder has always been a secret of the Xia people. The yellow-robed old man said, You should know about the elders of the Xia people, right? Dongbua Shuang nodded. Of course he knew about the elders of the Xia people. Any human demigod, as long as they were not from the demonic faction, Bloodshed Tavern, or the Temple of the Earth God, had the qualifications to become an elder of the Xia people. The Xia People's Elders Association was the highest echelon of the Xia people. They managed the entire Xia people, ensuring that the Xia people could continue to prosper. The resources of the Xia people are limited. It is impossible for us to groom all of the transcendents. The yellow-robed old man said, Thus, a long time ago, we started the substitute elder plan. We will pick out the sky realm transcendents who are worth grooming and groom them. As long as we succeed, they will be of great help to the entire Xia people. These chosen geniuses usually have hopes of grasping a grade 3 true meaning or even a grade 2 true meaning. The moment they grasp such a powerful true meaning, their chances of becoming a demigod will be very high. Such demigods are the backbone of the Xia people. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Yes, even if they were both demigods, the difference in their true meanings would result in a huge difference in combat power. For example, Elder Aolon of the Beast race had grasped hold of the true meaning of life. Even though he had not condensed a true deity heart, he was still ranked 3rd in the demigod rankings. He had given every human expert a headache. That was because the true meaning of life he grasped was a grade 3 true meaning. To a race, the true experts at the peak would be of great help to the race. Thus, the Xia people would groom those who had hopes of grasping a grade 3 true meaning or even a grade 2 true meaning. What about me? Dongbua Shuang was puzzled. Do you think I can grasp a grade 3 true meaning? No. The yellow-robed old man said, You are an exception. An exception? Dongbua Shuang was startled. Previously, we have chosen to groom a total of 8 transcendents. 4 of them have comprehended a portion of the profound mysteries of space. In the future, there's hope of grasping spatial-related true meaning. The yellow-robed old man Gong Yu said, One of them grasps the profound mystery of death. One of them grasps the profound mystery of life. One of them grasps the profound mystery of extreme Yin. And the last one grasps the profound mystery of time. Dongbua Shuang was speechless. Dongbua Shueing had long read about the 9 grades of true meaning. This was something that every transcendent had to know. Grade 1 true meanings like the true meaning of time, true meaning of black hole, true meaning of extremity, true meaning of primal chaos. These were all legends among legends. Take the true meaning of time, for example. Under normal circumstances, only those who became deities would be able to gradually come into contact with the profound mystery of time. Transcendents were usually unable to comprehend the mysteries of time, unless the awakened innate talent of the primordial bloodline was a time-type innate talent. Only then would he have a chance to comprehend the profound mysteries of time. Simply put, a grade 1 true meaning was the most perfect true meaning in the countless worlds, including the deity world and the dark abyss. Grade 2 true meanings, true meaning of space, true meaning of yin-yang, true meaning of life and death, true meaning of annihilation, true meaning of reincarnation, time stop, time acceleration, time deceleration. These were all true meanings that only existed in legends. It would be too amazing if one could grasp them. During a battle, one side might have great strength and speed, but the other side could grasp the ability to stop time. There was no need for too much. As long as one could stop time for a moment, one could take advantage of this moment to kill the defenseless enemy. Thus, the gap between realms was a gap in essence. With just strength, one would only be easily trampled to death. Grade 3 true meanings, true meaning of space cleavage, true meaning of space destruction, space teleportation, shadow space. In short, any branch of the space type would usually have a grade 3 true meaning. There were also the true meaning of death, true meaning of destruction, true meaning of life, true meaning of gravity, true meaning of extreme yin, true meaning of extreme yang, true meaning of wave. The upper 3 grades were all terrifying, not to mention grade 1 or 2. Just grasping a grade 3 true meaning would allow one to dominate the world. Out of these 8, there's one time-type true meaning that can break through to a grade 2 true meaning. Dongbua Shueing thought, the other 7 are all trying to break through to a grade 3 true meaning. What about me? What do you mean I'm an exception? Currently, you confuse the profound mysteries of water and fire. In the future, you will have the confidence to grasp a grade 4 true meaning of water and fire, the yellow-robed old man Gonyu said. Grade 4. Dongbua Shueing was stunned. The others were all trying to break through to a grade 3 or 2 true meaning, but he was the only one at grade 4? The 8 of them only have some hope. The yellow-robed old man said, wanting to grasp a grade 3 true meaning or a grade 2 true meaning is too difficult. I estimate that only 2 or 3 of them will succeed. As for those who become demigods, we'll have to give them a discount. It's already not bad if one of them becomes a demigod. As long as there's a demigod who grasps a grade 3 true meaning, we'll have benefited greatly from our grooming. As for you, you have more than a 90% chance of grasping the true meaning of water and fire. The yellow-robed old man said, their chances are small, but yours are huge. Even though it's only a grade 4 true meaning, it's still not bad. Furthermore, you're still very young, and you have Elder Chao Qing's strong recommendation, which is why the vote was passed. He did not explain in detail. In reality, during the vote, 9 elders agreed and 6 opposed. The percentage of those who opposed was very high. Usually, when those with high talent were chosen, the vote would be passed easily. You're still very young. Who knows, you might be able to improve further in the future, from the true meaning of water and fire to the true meaning of yin-yang, the yellow-robed old man Gonyu said. True meanings were not unchangeable. They could definitely evolve. For example, the true meaning of gravity could definitely evolve and become a grade 1 true meaning of black hole. You're still young, which is also the reason why many elders agreed. Gonyu laughed. Let's go and meet your senior apprentice brothers and sisters. Flying in this world of mountains, Gonyu introduced, these mountains are known as the Scarlet Cloud Mountains, And this spatial world is also known as the Scarlet Cloud Mountain World, because this clan protecting deity, weapon of the Infernal Palace, was obtained by an ancestor of the Xia people, Emperor Scarlet Cloud, after entering the deity world. He thought of ways to send it back to his hometown. Emperor Scarlet Cloud, Dongbua Shui Ing secretly remembered. It was precisely because of the ancestors of the Xia people who did not forget their hometown after becoming deities, sending back deity weapons, that the Xia people had a strong enough foundation to completely suppress the beast race and those transcendent aboriginals. Who? It's right in front. Gong Yu pointed to a mountain in front. That mountain was incomparably beautiful, and there were many mountain springs. The mountain springs gurgled, and there was fog surrounding them. Besides some of the mountain springs, there were even bamboo houses. Your senior apprentice brothers and sisters are usually here. Gong Yu said. Brother Gong Yu. A voice rang out. The fog beside one of the mountain springs quickly dissipated, and there were 9 figures standing on the empty ground. The leader was a green-robed man who was as dazzling as the sun, standing with his hands behind his back. The formless pressure he emitted made everyone around him feel reverence. Faction head. Eastern European Snow Eagle immediately recognized him. He was the faction head of his water Taoist faction, Si Kong Yang. Faction head, Si Kong. Gong Yu bowed slightly. His posture was obviously one level lower. After all, Si Kong Yang was an existence that stood at the peak of the entire human race. Snow Eagle, stand over there. Si Kong Yang said. Yes. Dongbua Shui Ing immediately stood beside the 8 men and women obediently. He faintly understood that these 8 people were probably the other 8 transcendents that were being nurtured. From today onwards, our Scarlet Cloud Mountain has one more transcendent. Si Kong Yang said, I'm afraid all of you know him. He is the Dongbua Shui Ing who had just undergone a transcendent battle of life and death. Dongbua Shui Ing came the latest, and is your junior apprentice brother. In the next 100 years, or even longer, all of you will be cultivating together. I hope that all of you will cherish this brotherly relationship. In the future, if 2 or 3 of you are able to become powerful demigods of the Xia people, as your master, I will be very proud. End of this volume. Chapter 131. The reason why we call you all substitute doyens is because we hope that you all can become demigods. Si Kong Yang's formless pressure caused everyone to hold their breaths. We have taken out a large amount of resources to groom you all. Even if you all become saint experts, to us Xia people, it is not worth mentioning. You must become demigods. Only then will you have the qualifications to be the backbone of us Xia people. But what disappointed me is that up till now, none of you have reached the 3rd level of realms of myriad existences. Dongbua Shui Ing muttered. Their realms don't seem to be high. But that's right. Different profound mysteries have different levels of difficulty. For example, water of myriad existences, wind of myriad existences, lightning of myriad existences, earth of myriad existences, etc. They are all relatively easy. But for profound mysteries of space, profound mysteries of life, etc., it is extremely difficult to reach the 1st level of realms of myriad existences. The moment one succeeds, the 1st level of profound mysteries of space would be even stronger than the 2nd level of profound mysteries of fire. Follow the old rules. Si Kong Yang said, Dongbua Shui Ing is a newcomer. Currently, he will be ranked in the middle, 5th position. The rest will move back 1 position. Based on the changes in your strength and realms, I will adjust the ranking accordingly. Ranking 5th position? Dongbua Shui Ing was slightly puzzled. Si Kong Yang glanced at Dongbua Shui Ing before adding another sentence. Those with high realms and potential will receive more resources. Those with low potential will naturally receive less resources. The distribution of resources will be done according to the ranking. Dongbua Shui Ing understood. The 9 transcendents who were being groomed would receive different resources. This made sense, as no one dared to slack off. I will occasionally come over to answer your questions regarding cultivation, Si Kong Yang said. Usually it is Brother Gong Yu who is here. All right, you all should get to know each other. Brother Gong Yu, I will make a move first. Si Kong Yang looked at the yellow-robed elder Gong Yu. Monastery head Si Kong, leave this place to me. Gong Yu smiled. Si Kong Yang was a powerful being who had condensed a true deity heart. It was already good enough for him to come and answer his questions once every 1.5 years. In fact, transcendents mostly relied on themselves in their cultivation. Demigods would at most occasionally give pointers. Who? Si Kong Yang took a step forward, and the golden light on the surface of his body surged. Then he disappeared into thin air. All right, now that monastery head Si Kong has left, everyone can relax. Gong Yu smiled. You guys go familiarize yourselves first. Brother Dong Bo, you're not just an ordinary person. You've even killed an abyssal demon and fought with a deity world warrior. We're all envious of you. A rather handsome, tall man smiled and spoke first. My name is Situ Hong, and I'm the oldest among us. Of course, I'm just 1 year older than junior brother Zhang, haha. A man with a mustache standing next to the other two men smiled and said, My name is Zhang Peng. Greetings, senior brother Situ, senior brother Zhang. Dongbua Shueing said. My name is Wenyong, and greetings, junior brother Dongbua. A skinny young man said with a gentle voice. His smile seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart. Senior brother one, Dongbua Shueing said. My name is Du Ro Ro. The plump girl by the side shouted, Brother Snow Eagle, come, come, come. Quickly call me big sister. Dongbua Shueing started to sweat. This senior sister, Du Ro Ro, should be the ugliest transcendent he had ever seen. Transcendents' bodies were reborn, and their skin would usually be very good. Once their skin was good, their looks wouldn't be too bad. However, firstly, senior sister Du Ro Ro was very fat. Secondly, her teeth weren't neat, and her hair was messy. Indeed, her looks were slightly worse. However, from a friend's point of view, senior sister Du Ro Ro seemed to be very forthright and didn't bother about trifles. She should be someone worth befriending. Senior sister, Dongbua Shueing said. Why aren't you willing to call me big sister? Senior sister, Du Ro Ro was still mumbling. Senior sister Du, junior brother Dongbua has just arrived. Don't scare him. A cheerful-looking young man with a big mouth chuckled. My name is Puyang Bo, and I specialize in teleportation. In the future, wherever you want to go, I will send you there. It will be very fast. Dongbua Shueing instantly had a good impression of this senior brother Puyang. My name is Yufeng. Beside Puyang Bo was a rather handsome young man. He should be the most handsome one among the few of them. Greetings, senior brother Puyang, senior brother Yu. Dongbua Shueing said. Old man Wu, why aren't you saying anything? Puyang Bo grinned as he stared at a young man with wrinkles on his face. That young man's hair was slightly white, junior brother Dongbua. Old man Wu is younger than me. It's just that he is comprehending the profound mysteries of death, which makes him look like an old man. He is always silent and rarely speaks. However, he is a good person. Greetings, senior brother Wu. Dongbua Shueing said as well. The young man with white hair and wrinkles squeezed out a smile. It was a somewhat unfamiliar smile, as though he wasn't good at conversing with others. Dongbua Shueing sighed inwardly. Those who could comprehend the profound mysteries of death had an extraordinary personality. Haha, this is the last senior sister Zhua. Junior brother Dongbua. I'm afraid your heart has been itching for a long time. Puyang Bo introduced. Dongbua Shueing looked at the last girl. She had a pretty face and a good figure. She could be considered a beauty. However, she was only at the same level as Kong Yu. She was obviously not as beautiful as Yu Jingqiu. However, this senior sister, Zhua, gave off an uncontrollable desire causing others to want to possess her. This kind of attraction was an instinctive attraction. Out of 100 men, 99 would want to possess her. Dongbua Shuiying's willpower could be considered quite outstanding. Furthermore, he wasn't a lustful person. However, he still couldn't help but feel excited. This made him feel that something was amiss. Junior brother Snow Eagle. Senior sister Joie smiled, appearing rather polite. Senior sister Joie. Dongbua Shuiying greeted. Pu Yangbo, who was standing by the side, immediately transmitted a message to Dongbua Shuiying. Junior brother Dongbua, don't be bewitched. Senior sister Joie has awakened her primordial bloodline and possesses the extreme Yin body. Not only did she comprehend the profound mysteries of extreme Yin, this extreme Yin body is extremely attractive to almost every man, unless this man likes men. Extreme Yin body? Dongbua Shuiying was shocked. He didn't waste any time in the Xia capital during the past half a year. He had also collected many books. Naturally, he knew about the extreme Yin body. For a woman with the extreme Yin body, especially when enjoying the pleasure of intimacy with a man for the first time, the extreme Yin body would nourish the man's body and soul. Its effect was much better than some rare treasures, allowing the soul to undergo a transformation. Even if he drank the spiritual liquid from the stone of oceanic world for a few hundred years, he would still not be able to catch up to this transformation. Of course, the prerequisite was that the man's soul was comparable to the woman's. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for a man to undergo a transformation at the demigod level. That's why there are many who want to woo senior sister Joie. Pu Yangbo transmitted. Dongbua Shuiying and the other 8 chatted for a while. They could be considered to have gotten to know each other. There are a total of 12 bamboo houses on this mountain. They are arranged from the highest to the lowest. Dongbua Shuiying, from today onwards, you will reside in the 5th bamboo house. Gong, you said, there is a book with a simple introduction in the bamboo house. After you finish reading it, you will know some of the cultivation grounds in this Scarlet Cloud mountain world. All right, everyone can disperse. Your junior brother Dongbua isn't too familiar with this place. Gong Yu instructed. That's simple. In a while, we will bring junior brother around. Situ Hong laughed. Junior brother, go and rest first. When night falls, we will welcome you at the Xia capital's 7 Moons restaurant. Pu Yangbo shouted excitedly. After all, since they would be cultivating together in the future, everyone would be more courteous. Dongbua Shuiying soon arrived at his own bamboo house. The bamboo house was built on top of a mountain spring lake. The mountain spring gurgled, emitting steam and mist. Dongbua Shuiying walked on the water and arrived in front of the bamboo house. Surrounding the bamboo house was a small courtyard formed by bamboo railings. Creak! Pushing open the bamboo door, he entered the small courtyard. The courtyard was relatively clean. At the side there was a jade pillar. On the jade pillar there were 9 lines of words. Rank 1. Yangon, Profound Mystery of Life, 2nd level, completed Underground Magma River, Life or Death Mission. Rank 2. Du Ro Ro, Profound Mystery of Time, 1st level, completed Basic Mission. Rank 3. Situ Hong, Profound Mystery of Space, 2nd level, completed Underground Magma River, Life or Death Mission. Rank 4. Wu Tsang, Profound Mystery of Death, 2nd level, completed Underground Magma River, Life or Death Mission. Rank 5. Dongbua Shuiying, Profound Mystery of Water and Fire, 1st level, no mission. Rank 6. Joie, Profound Mystery of Extreme Yin, 2nd level, completed Basic Mission. Rank 7. Zhang Peng, Profound Mystery of Space, 2nd level, completed Underground Magma River, Life or Death Mission. Rank 8. Yu Feng, Profound Mystery of Space, 2nd level, completed Basic Mission. Rank 9. Pu Yangbo, Profound Mystery of Space, 1st level, completed Basic Mission. Ranking? There's one in the courtyard of the bamboo house. Dongbua Shue Ing laughed helplessly. It seems like the elders of the Xia people don't want us to slack off. It's just that this ranking, other than cultivation level and completion of the mission, are there other factors? Dongbua Shue Ing still remembered Si Kong Yang's words. Those with higher cultivation levels and higher potential would have more resources. Those with lower cultivation levels and lower potential would have fewer resources. More emphasis on potential. Dongbua Shue Ing vaguely understood that it was because of her potential that senior sister Du Ro Ro was ranked second. Compared to them, it seems like I'm the weakest? Dongbua Shue Ing laughed. Looks like my cultivation days in the future will be more interesting. To Dongbua Shue Ing, this ranking was just an entertainment. What he cared more about was his own improvement. Chapter 132. The small courtyard was very quiet. Dongbua Shue Ing entered the bamboo house. The bamboo house had 2 floors, and the lower floor was empty without any furniture. Looks like I have to decorate some tables and chairs myself. Dongbua Shue Ing laughed as he shook his head and followed the bamboo stairs to the upper floor. The upper floor was also empty, with windows on all 4 sides. On the floor, there was only one piece of furniture. A table. On the table was a book, and on it was a plate. On the plate, there was a small porcelain bottle, 2 red fruits, and a wine flask. Master Gong, you said that there would be a book with a simple introduction in the bamboo house. This should be it. Dongbua Shue Ing sat cross-legged in front of the table and picked up the book to read. The book was, as he expected, it was about the general knowledge of cultivation in the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world. Those who could enter the list of substitute elders were all heavily nurtured. The small porcelain bottle on the plate, the 2 red fruits, and the spirit liquid in the wine flask were all transcendent items that could be enjoyed once every 10 days. They were extremely beneficial to both the body and the soul. TSK, they are really generous. Dongbua Shue Ing also recognized these 3 transcendent items: a small bottle of dragon blood, 2 amber mist fruits, and a flask of 9 fruit spirit liquid. I can get them once every 10 days, so in a year they should be worth about 100 kilograms of origin stones. In 100 years, it would be 20,000 kilograms of origin stones. Looking at the introduction of the book, those who were chosen as substitute elders were all sky realm transcendents. Once they reached the Saint Realm, they would have to leave. This was because when one broke through to the Saint Realm, their soul would undergo another metamorphosis. Although dragon blood, amber mist fruit, 9 fruit spiritual liquid, and other rare treasures would still be beneficial to the body and soul, the benefits would be greatly reduced. After all, the stronger a transcendent was, the weaker the help of these external items would be. Using so many treasures on a Saint Realm transcendent would be too ineffective. The rewards would not be worth it. In the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world, I can only stay for 500 years, and once I reach the Saint Realm, I will have to leave. Dongbua Shue Ing thought to himself, I am currently ranked 5th. In 500 years, these treasures are worth 50,000 kilograms of origin stones. What if I am ranked 1st? And I haven't considered the other aspects. 50,000 kilograms of origin stone? Even a peak martial saint couldn't afford it. First, drink the dragon blood. An icy coldness entered his abdomen, followed by a blazing heat. The heat gradually spread to every part of his body, and he couldn't help but sweat. His soul was also nourished. Kacha! Kacha! Following that, he slowly ate the amber mist fruits, and occasionally took a sip of the 9 fruits spiritual liquid from the wine flask. It was indeed very satisfying. The conditions to cultivate in the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world are indeed very good. Dongbua Shue Ing smiled. My decision to go all out in the transcendent battle of life and death was indeed the right decision. The vast majority of transcendents had an extremely arduous path of cultivation. You want treasures? You want the secret technique? They had to accept some life and death missions and kill some transcendent natives who were unwilling to submit. Realm. Both of them used the world as their teacher, silently pondering and cultivating by themselves. In the world of transcendence, one usually did not have a master because no matter how good a master was, it could not compare to nature. For example, Gong Yu and Si Kongyang would only occasionally give pointers to Dongbu Shuiing and the rest, pointing out their problems and nothing more. In the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world, the resources were very good, but their missions were also very dangerous. The life and death missions of ordinary transcendence in the outside world, to them, were considered basic missions. They still had to risk their lives on even more dangerous missions. Fortunately, all of them were extremely strong, and the profound mysteries they comprehended were extraordinary. Their survival abilities were also much stronger than ordinary transcendence. Amongst them, Dongbu Shuiing with the profound mysteries of water and fire could be considered to be the weakest. Time passed. To transcendents who used the world as their teacher, they would always feel that time passed very quickly, because occasionally they would ponder and comprehend for a few hours. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Dongbu Shuiing entered the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world. Midsummer. The Scarlet Cloud Mountain world was also blazing hot. Hoo! 2 figures flew side by side in the mountains. Their auras were extraordinary, vast, and unfathomable. They were 2 powerful demigod existences. They were also the 2 demigods in charge of the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world, Gong Yu and faction head Si Kongyang. In the past year, did that group of brats have any breakthroughs? Faction head Si Kongyang asked. No breakthroughs. It's still relatively peaceful. Gong Yu replied. No breakthroughs. Si Kongyang looked at him. Haha. Faction head Si Kong. You can't possibly let that group of brats have continuous surprises like last year, right? Gong Yu laughed. Last year was indeed the year when the 9 sky realm transcendents of the Scarlet Cloud Mountain made continuous breakthroughs, especially Du Ro, who comprehended the profound mystery of time. She actually broke through to the 2nd level. Immediately, she was ranked first. Profound mysteries related to time, even if it was a branch of the profound mysteries, were already very amazing. In the future, when she grasped hold of a true meaning, it would at least be a grade 2 true meaning. That was the legendary true meaning. In reality, the demigods of the Infernal Palace were only looking forward to it. They did not have much confidence in it. In an era, wanting to produce a powerful existence with a grade 2 true meaning was too difficult. Previously, when Du Ro was only at the 1st level of realms of myriad existences, she was ranked 2nd. From this, one could see how much importance the Xia people placed on her. After all, someone who could comprehend the profound mystery of time. It was fine if she did not succeed. But if she did, it would be very amazing. Now that she had grasped hold of the 2nd level of realms of myriad existences, the elders of the Xia people became even more excited. They felt that their hopes had increased. Right, that Dongbu Shuiing encountered some problems. Gong Yu suddenly said, Dongbu Shuiing encountered some problems. Si Kongyang frowned. Didn't he perfectly fuse the profound mysteries of water and fire to the 2nd level last year? He even completed the life and death mission of the underground magma river. He was very satisfied with Dongbu Shuiing. He was young and cultivated quickly. This year he was only 39 years old. He was much younger than the other transcendents. Yet he relied on this spear to sweep through the underground magma river. The underground magma river was a unique transcendent mission. It was extremely dangerous and difficult. The other transcendents that were being nurtured, although they had cultivated for a long time, not all of them were able to complete this terrifying transcendent mission. This proved that, in terms of combat power, Dongbu Shuiing was ranked in the middle amongst the 9 transcendents. Because the profound mysteries of water and fire were perfectly fused, Si Kongyang immediately raised him to the 2nd position. Only after Du Ro Ro broke through did Dongbua Shui Ing drop to the third position. Currently, the top three were Du Ro Ro, Wenyong, and Dongbua Shuang. It's a small problem, Gong Yu said, but I'm a little worried. What problem? Si Kong Yang asked. His comprehension of the profound mysteries of water and fire is indeed advancing at a tremendous pace. I even believe that he has the hope of condensing the true meaning of water and fire before he turns 100. His future is limitless, but half a year ago he actually comprehended the profound mystery of wind in myriad existences. Gong Yu said, "Profound mystery of wind?" Si Kong Yang's expression changed slightly. Yes, the profound mystery of wind. Gong Yu nodded. His profound mystery of wind has reached the first level of realms of myriad existences. It's still considered weak as he had just comprehended it. What is this Dongbua Shuang doing? Si Kong Yang was slightly angered. He is actually diverting his attention to research on other profound mysteries? Is he thinking that his cultivation speed is too fast? During cultivation, this point of comprehension, which point of comprehension was a huge taboo. I also told him that he had just comprehended it and wouldn't be affected much. I asked him to temporarily give up on the profound mystery of wind and let him focus on the profound mystery of water and fire. Gong Yu said, "Amen, his talent is very high. I hope he doesn't stray from the path. Let's go and see how much these 9 brats have improved." Si Kong Yang said. He would come once every year, and every time he came he would give pointers to these sky, realm, transcendents. Hoo! The two of them rapidly flew towards the Bamboo House Mountain. Chapter 133. Scarlet Cloud Mountain World, Soaring Cloud's Peak. A black-robed youth was sitting on a rock, leaning on it, drinking wine as he overlooked the boundless mountains. He really liked this place because it was high enough to overlook countless mountains. Dongbua Shuang, who had lived in Snorok Castle since he was young, loved the feeling of overlooking the vast world. And Soaring Cloud's peak was even higher, and it was also very quiet. He would not be disturbed while practicing his spear arts here. At night, he would look at the moon from the Soaring Cloud's peak, watching the moonlight illuminate the entire Scarlet Cloud Mountain world. During the day, he could also see the clouds in between the mountains. It was indeed very beautiful. When he was young, Dongbua Shuang rarely drank, but the older he got, the more he drank. Every time he studied his spear arts, comprehended the nature of heaven and earth, he would be filled with joy. But when he had no one to share his joy with, he would drink to his heart's content. The path of a transcendence cultivation had always been lonely. Of course, even though cultivation was lonely, emotions were not necessarily lonely. I really did not expect that the strongest cultivator in our family was actually my father. Dongbua Shuang shook his head and laughed. After completing the 10 life and death missions, he would often return home. Usually, he would also use the communication wristband to communicate. Mother and brother, as I expected, have always been stuck at the Silver Moon Mage rank. Uncle Tong drank the spiritual liquid from the stone of Oceanic World for more than 6 years, and finally stepped into the meteor rank. But Uncle Zong's cultivation speed actually could not catch up to my father's. Among his relatives, let him choose who would be the first to become a legend ranker. Dongbua Shuang felt that it would be Uncle Zong. But the truth was, not long ago, his father, Dongbua Lai, had actually stepped into the legend rank and was the only legend ranker in the Dongbua family. When I saved my father, he was still a heaven rank knight. Dongbua Shuang sighed. His cultivation talent was rather high. It was also inherited from his parents. From this point, it could be seen that his father's talent was also very high. Thinking about it carefully, when his father was young, he did not have the opportunity to learn any Do Chi techniques. It was only after he grew up and joined the army that he started learning Do Chi techniques that were inferior to his own. Old age, learning Do Chi late, poor Do Chi techniques. He was still a heaven-ranked knight. Uncle Zong was a member of the royal family of the Naga race. He had been cultivating since he was young, and he was also a heaven-ranked knight. It was just that the six-armed Naga was special, which made him stronger than his father. From this point of view, his father should be very talented. Later on, he was captured for 20 years, and his cultivation was interrupted for 20 years. Later on, he saved his parents and was provided with a large amount of spiritual liquid from the stone of oceanic world. His other conditions, as well as his battle chi, were all top-notch in the mortal world. For a transcendent, it was too easy to provide the best conditions for his family. It was normal for his father's cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Father, mother, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong. Who knows? Maybe my father is the most talented among them. It's just that he hasn't had the chance to do so. Dongbua Shuiing smiled and stood up. He stretched out his hand, and the black dragon spear appeared in his grasp. Boom! The spear immediately began to move. Rumble! Dongbua Shuiing's spear arts began to move. Regardless of whether it was a furious slash or a straight stab, the sound produced by the spear was very loud. It was like a surging thunderstorm, vast and mighty, crushing everything in its path. The spear was even intertwined with fire and water. Vaguely, there were even gusts of wind that intertwined with the fire and water, causing the might of the entire spear art to increase greatly. This is the spear art that I want. This spear art is much stronger than the pure, profound mysteries of water and fire. Dongbua Shuiing was filled with joy. Ever since he had successfully fused the profound mysteries of water and fire together last year, the profound mysteries of water and fire had become one. Back then, the killer move, water and fire flood dragon kill, was based on the profound mystery of water before it was perfectly converted into the profound mystery of fire. In reality, the two were in the same process of fusion. It could only be considered as a preliminary fusion. But last year, the two profound mysteries had truly fused together. The rotation of the water caused the flames to explode even more violently. The flames exploded even more violently, causing the rotation of the water to become even stronger. The two complemented each other, and there was a qualitative transformation. Just a casual smash or slash would have immense power. Although the profound mysteries of water and fire were perfectly fused together, Dongbua Shuiing gradually discovered a flaw. It's too monotonous. Water and fire, these two energies are too monotonous. There's a lack of spirituality, variations, and layers. Furthermore, the transitions between each spear art is too stiff. Dongbua Shuiing felt that there was a problem with his spear art. For example, when he executed the flood dragon kill, its might was incomparably ferocious, after which he would borrow the power of the profound mystery of water to switch to the next move. It might seem very smooth, but Dongbua Shuiing felt that it was too stiff. Half a year ago, Dongbua Shuiing had comprehended the first level of the profound mystery of wind. The profound mystery of wind had the spirituality and variations that he wanted. If he could completely fuse the profound mystery of wind into the profound mystery of water and fire, the might of his spear art would definitely increase greatly. Right now, my spear techniques are truly unpredictable and have endless power. Dongbua Shuiing was extremely pleased with himself. Boom! The spear stabbed out ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. He stabbed out 3 times in a row, each spear stronger than the last. Why was that? It was because Dongbua Shuiing channeled the power of the first spear into the second move, and then into the third move. As a result, each move was stronger than the last. Of course, he could only do it 3 times in a row, each spear stronger than the last. Rumble! Dongbua Shuiing's spear changed unpredictably. Slash, sweep, whip, smash, flick. All sorts of moves were extremely fast, and the power behind them was extremely strong. This was because the power of the other moves were channeled over and stacked onto the second move. My original spear art was too vulgar. It wasn't flexible and natural enough. Dongbua Shueing revealed a smile, but now it's much stronger. The wind increased the intensity of the fire, causing it to become even more ferocious. The wind increased the intensity of the water, causing the water to surge even more violently. And the power of water and fire also caused the wind to become stronger. The three of them stacked on top of each other, complementing each other. Not long ago, Dongbua Shueing had successfully infused the profound mystery of wind into his spear art. This caused Dongbua Shueing's spear art to have a qualitative change compared to a year ago. Even though Master Gongyu told him not to be distracted, Dongbua Shueing felt that, this way, his spear art would be more perfect. He had been training in spear art since young, in order to pursue perfection in spear arts. Dongbua Shueing, quickly come to Bamboo House Mountain. Monastery head, Si Kong will be here soon. Gong Yu's message was immediately received through his communication wristband. Monastery head. Dongbua Shueing did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, he was overjoyed. When the time comes, I can request for monastery head to give me some pointers on my spear art. The monastery head only came once every year. This was a rare opportunity. So, Dongbua Shueing immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards Bamboo House Mountain. At the same time, the other 8 transcendents also received Gong Yu's message. Some of them were still in the Xia capital, so they hurried over. After a moment, on a large empty space halfway up Bamboo House Mountain, Dongbua Shueing and the other 8 transcendents turned into rays of light and descended. Pu Yongbo was the last to arrive. Phew, that gave me a scare. I was still accompanying a beauty just now. I could only shake her off and rush over. Pu Yongbo had a look of lingering fear. Luckily, I'm not late. Yu Feng said, "What beauty?" You actually didn't tell me. A transcendent female knight. She's very hot. Even I can't beat her. Pu Yongbo chuckled. I can only rely on teleportation to escape. However, I feel that she's interested in me. Must you stare at female transcendents to choose your wife? Dongbua Shueing teased. How many have you tried already? Among the group of transcendents, only Pu Yongbo kept shouting that he wanted to find a wife. Furthermore, the wife he pursued was a beautiful female transcendent. Unfortunately, he failed every single time. Little brother Dongbua, can you not poke at my scars? Pu Yongbo glared. He was a clown. In terms of strength, he was the weakest among the 9. Monastery head Si Kong is here. Dongbua Shueing and the other 8 quietened down. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. 2 figures were flying side by side. They were monastery head Si Kong and Gong Yu. Chapter 134. Hong Hong. 2 figures descended from the sky. When they touched the ground, they were extremely gentle. However, the powerful aura belonging to a half-god caused Dongbua Shueing and the rest to feel suffocated. Gong Yu was still all right, as his aura was more reserved. As for faction head Si Kongyang, he was as dazzling as the sun. No one dared to look him in the eye. He was like a god, transcendent and tyrannical. That's right. After all, he was a terrifying existence that had condensed a true deity heart. Once a true deity heart was formed, it was equivalent to having half a foot into the realm of God. In the entire world, including the transcendent aboriginals and the beast race, there were only 4 who had condensed a true deity heart. Si Kongyang was one of them. It's been a year since we last met. Today, I'm here to take a look at your cultivation gains. Si Kongyang's cold eyes swept across the 9 sky realm transcendents in front of him. Same old rules, one by one. Pu Yongbo, you go first. Yes. Pu Yongbo replied respectfully. It was rare for Si Kongyang to come. After he came, he would give pointers according to their strength. He would start from the last. Pu Yongbo was obviously ranked last for a long time. Si Kongyang was also rather dissatisfied with him. Your perception is not bad. However, you are too lazy and don't pay attention to cultivation. You often hang out in taverns and restaurants. Si Kongyang said coldly, I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise this time. Pu Yangbo felt an invisible pressure. He was talented, but he had been undisciplined in his cultivation since young. Eating, drinking, playing, and being merry made him improve faster. If he really buried his head in cultivation, he would go crazy. Being ranked last for a long time made him feel unreconciled and ashamed. After all, he was also a genius in the past and was ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Mountain book. It was just that after a long time he had gotten used to it. If he fell behind, then so be it. At most, he would be kicked out of the substitute elder list. In reality, without special circumstances, it was impossible to be kicked out. At most, he would be ranked last and receive the least amount of resources. Yes, Pu Yangbo took a deep breath. Saber Master, Si Kongyang suddenly spoke. His voice reverberated throughout the world. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the back of Bamboo House Mountain and appeared in the air beside it. It was a golden-haired man with 2 sabers on his back. There were patterns on his forehead, and there were also mysterious patterns on his exposed arms. Headmaster, the golden-haired man said respectfully, Come and spar with Pu Yangbo, Si Kongyang instructed. Xia people, other than the beast race, rarely had golden hair. This golden-haired man was not a real human. He was a flesh warrior created by the ancestors of the Xia people after studying the deity warrior. The flesh warriors were special embryos of flesh and blood. After cultivation, they would naturally give birth to souls. However, their bodies were born with extraordinary bodies. As long as they reached adulthood, they would reach the most perfect state and be able to display the power of a sky rank or a saint rank. As for the soul, their souls were incomplete, which was why it was hard for them to go far on the path of cultivation. However, because they had near-eternal lifespans, they would usually be able to reach perfection in their techniques and reach the level of a grandmaster. Very few could reach the realm of myriad existences. As for true meaning, even with near-eternal lifespans, the number of flesh warriors in the history of the Xia people who could grasp true meaning could be counted on one's fingers. Dongbua Shueing and the rest who were being groomed had a group of sparring partners. They were 13 flesh warriors. All of them were at the peak of the saint rank and had reached the realm of myriad existences. They were considered one of the strongest flesh warriors of the Xia people. They used different weapons. Based on the weapons they used, Dongbua Shueing and the rest would usually call these flesh warriors Saber Master, Sword Master, Spear Master, Poison, Stinger Master, etc. Yes, Headmaster. The golden-haired man replied. He then unsheathed the 2 sabers on his back. He held a saber in each hand and stood in mid-air. Looking at the distant Pu Yangbo, he revealed a smile. Kid, come here. Saber Master, be careful. Pu Yangbo took a step forward. Shua. His figure disappeared and reappeared behind the golden-haired man. He waved the saber in his right hand towards the golden-haired man. The saber light was like a ghost. Dang! The golden-haired man casually used his saber to block behind him, blocking Pu Yangbo's sinister saber. Pu Yangbo was sent flying backwards, before disappearing once again. Shwa, shwa, shwa! Pu Yangbo's figure flickered everywhere, attacking again and again. Hit! Pu Yangbo's eyes were filled with excitement. He stabbed out with his saber. The tip of the saber arced through the air, creating spatial ripples. The golden-haired man wanted to block it, but his expression suddenly changed, because the saber in Pu Yangbo's hand seemed to have sunk into water, disappearing within the spatial ripples. The golden-haired man hurriedly retreated, following the appearance of the spatial ripples. The saber had already reached the golden-haired man's neck. Dang! The golden-haired man was prepared and blocked Pu Yangbo's saber. Si Kongyang, who was watching from afar, nodded his head. Pu Yangbo's figure constantly teleported. His saber also able to pierce through the void. Dongbua Shuiing was shocked as he watched. The profound mystery of space was indeed frightening. If Puyang Bo wanted to escape, even he would not be able to catch up. Furthermore, the saber light that contained the profound mystery of space was extremely powerful. For a mortal like Xiang Pengyin facing Puyang Bo, even if there were 100 or 1,000 of him, they would all be sliced apart like tofu in a few breaths' time. And this was merely the initial stage of grasping the profound mystery of space. It was no wonder that even the true meaning of space was evaluated as a grade 3 true meaning. South Puyang Bo's figure flickered, returning to the side of Dongbua Shuiing and the others. Your saber techniques have improved, Si Kongyang said indifferently. I thought that you only knew how to teleport. You finally know how to use the profound mystery of space on your saber techniques. Puyang Bo felt ashamed. In the past, he only knew how to dodge. In terms of teleportation, he was the strongest among the 9, but his combat power was the weakest. Recently, he had stepped into the second level of realms of myriad existences and was gradually able to use the profound mystery of space on his saber techniques. Try to use the profound mystery of space on your saber techniques. You are, after all, at the second level of realms of myriad existences. Hurry up and pass the underground magma river mission. Dongbua Shuiing is only 39 years old, and he has already passed it. Don't you feel ashamed? Si Kongyang said. Yes. Puyang Bo obediently replied. Next, Yu Feng. Si Kongyang said. Another flesh warrior was summoned. Yu Feng was ranked 8th, but he was more threatening than Puyang Bo. His profound mystery of space, or more accurately, the profound mystery of shadow space, allowed his entire being to blend into the shadow space. When he battled with others, he would completely disappear. Occasionally, a weapon would suddenly appear, mysteriously attacking the enemy. If the attack failed, the weapon would immediately return to the shadow space. After that, it would be the next sneak attack. To be honest, even though his combat power was not that strong, most of Dongbua Shuiing and the others were not willing to become enemies with Yu Feng, because he was hiding within the shadow space. Every time, he would stab out with his thin sword. It was extremely treacherous. Fortunately, his combat power was still weak, and he could not stay in the shadow space for too long. Ranked 7th was Zhang Peng. Even though he also comprehended the profound mystery of space, he walked the path of direct combat. He used an axe, 2 axes that were as thin as a cicada's wings. When he swung them, they were extremely fast. Moreover, the axes actually contained sharp blades formed from spatial ripples. This was an extremely sharp and frightening space edge. If Qiu Qi Bai's true meaning of space cleavage was a combination of the profound mystery of wind and the profound mystery of space, then it would form an extremely ferocious space cleavage. Zhang Peng's space edge was a sharp blade formed purely from spatial ripples. Its power was extremely great. One by one they attacked. Just like Wu Tsang's profound mystery of death, his entire being would be bathed in the aura of death. This aura of death, even Dongbua Shuiing and the others did not dare to touch it with their bodies. For example, the moment their fingers touched it, it would rapidly rot, and they would have to immediately cut off their arms. Once the aura of death pervaded the air, they would undoubtedly die. These profound mysteries that could help one become a grade 3 true meaning in the future were already extremely frightening. Of course, the most frightening was still Du Ro's profound mystery of time. It was just that she was currently ranked 1st and would only appear last. Now, it was the 4th ranked Sidu Hong's turn. Sidu Hong's battle style was the most tyrannical and ferocious. Every single attack of his seemed to shatter space. Sidu Hong, Si Kongyang coldly said, you are the oldest, yet you have yet to step into the 3rd level of realms of myriad existences. You have really disappointed me. You have been stuck at this bottleneck for close to 100 years, right? I will definitely work hard. Situ Hong replied. Si Kong Yang did not say much. He would give detailed pointers to those he liked, but he was too lazy to say much to others. He originally had high expectations for Situ Hong. After all, out of the four who grasped the profound mystery of space, Situ Hong had the highest talent. It was just that Situ Hong had been stuck at this bottleneck for too long. If this continued, Si Kong Yang's ranking would continue to drop. Zhang Peng, who was around the same age as Situ Hong, might not have much talent and was slow-witted, but he was probably close to the bottleneck of the second level of realms of myriad existences. In a while, I will raise this brat Zhang Peng's ranking. Si Kong Yang thought to himself. Next. Si Kong Yang's gaze landed on Dongbu Shuang, with a slight smile on his face. Dongbu Shuang! He was slightly biased towards Dongbu Shuang. Firstly, his improvement was really fast. Within 100 years, he might be able to condense the true meaning of water and fire. Secondly, he was a transcendent from his water Taoist faction. Back then, it was also because of Chao Qing's push and his help that Dongbu Shuang was able to become a substitute elder.